Less than 1 hour until the first of 14 on closing day 2025 here at Prairie Meadows. John Hernandez alongside Ken Miller. And Ken, hard to believe we are coming up on another closing day. Seems like just yesterday was opening day. We were here for the opening days of the season, and now here we are for the last day.
Yeah, it goes fast, and it's a long time before it comes back, but it's been a pretty good meet, John.
So we have a special treat for you, Ken. We are going to take a blast from the past and take a look at something from 25 years ago that you were a part of. So let's take a look at Ken Miller 25 years ago.
Wow.
And good evening, everybody. I'm track announcer Ken Miller, and I'm joined by Scott Pope, and we're at Prairie Meadows Racetrack and Casino, where we're just hours away from the biggest.
Well, what about that, Ken Miller?
I've changed a little. Scott Pope, it was good to see. I think Scott Pope's back in town for this weekend. At least he was scheduled to be here. But yeah, that was a fun time back then. It was in the infancy of Classic Night. Called I don't know, probably called 5 or 6 of them. But remember very fondly, as I said yesterday, it's my favorite day of the year. Cornhusker's great. All the other days, there's something about them, but something about Iowa Classic Night.
All right, maybe 5 or 10 pounds more for each.
Yeah.
And a few more gray hairs.
Yeah, and a few less hairs on top, but other than that, everything's going well.
So today is closing day, and that means we've got 12 stakes races on tap here this evening, including 4 quarter-horse stakes races. And one of those is the Polk County Derby. 34th running of the Polk County Derby at 400 is the second race on the card, scheduled about 4:30, and we'll get the only 4-time winner among the quarter-horse ranks, AJ's favorite, looking for a 5th win here in 2025. So that would be a nice accomplishment.
No, it really would. I was here that day of the trials, and just an impressive winner. Caught them in the final strides, just kicked clear late. Going to be tough to beat here again, I think, John. This horse is racing exceptionally well right now, and to win 5 races in the 3 months or so that the quarter horses are at Prairie Meadows, that'd be quite a feat.
Yeah, it would be quite a feat for AJ's favorite, a 4-time winner for owner Stephen Moyle, trainer Alex Wessels, and jockey Christian Esquire. So that's the second race on the card. We have a little 2-race break of non-stakes thoroughbred races in the middle of the card, and then we set sail on an 8-race extravaganza, the Iowa Classic races for the thoroughbreds. And one of those races that has drawn our attention is the 13th, next to last race on the card, scheduled for about a 9:09 post time. Canojo looks to become a 5-time winner at the meet. We had one 5-time winner last year. That was 17 Black, who has a chance to win a race here again tonight. But Canojo looks like a cinch to me.
Well, yeah, the way the horse has been in present form right now, Kevin Eichelberry's had another successful meet, 30-something wins, but some of the most important wins, trophies have gone back to his stable. So Canojo does look very difficult to beat. Pusak's riding well, fits the filly very well. And I expect that she will probably get her picture taken again tonight.
All right, and perhaps Big Dan Esso will be with us again tonight, as he has been here for some of Canojo's greatest triumphs over the course of what is a relatively short career. Carryovers tonight, $39,017 in the pick 5. That's on the last 5 on the card. $5,457 in the jackpot high 5, last race, 14th of the card, and the last race of the season. And so payouts on all of those.
Yeah, mandatory payouts today, so you don't want to miss those.
Okay, that's it for now. Apologies in advance for the technical difficulties, and we hope you enjoy this 14-race card here on closing day 2025 at Prairie Meadows.
Inside yesterday was very good, so we'll see if AB Boogie's able to kick off Classic Night and find himself in the winner's circle.
Yeah, sits on the board at 2-5 right now, and I know that it's been a difficult season for trainer Manny Campos. Has finally gotten to 10 wins, and I think he had much more in mind for AB Boogie this year after that big year last year that included 4 consecutive wins, ending with last year's Polk County Derby. This year, winless in 6 tries, been competitive, just hasn't been able to find his way into the winner's circle. He'll try to do it here in the 32nd running of the Terrace Hill. What about number 3, Caller Runaway?
That's my second choice, John. The question, I guess, if there is one, and this horse is in good form, has never run 400 yards, believe it or not. So we'll see. But it's 2 of 4, likes to win, obviously. He's won 3 of 13, 3 of 14, rather, lifetime. Caller Runaway, I think, is probably the horse AB Boogie has to fear the most. But I've got that one second.
A Dave McShane quarter horse, and of course, McShane has had a great season on the thoroughbred side. And jockey Armando Alvidrez had a huge night last night, scored a couple of graded stakes wins, including the Valley Junction Futurity.
Yeah, you interviewed him in the winner's circle a couple of times. I wouldn't be surprised if you do the same here today.
How about the 4, Officer Smith? Alex Russell sends this one out. Miguel Ramirez, second in the rider standings, has the call. 3 wins lifetime, including a win in 2025, but in a lower level race.
Well, 2 starts ago, ran against AJ's favorite. And that's horses we're going to see coming up later on in the card. That was a good race 2 starts ago, finished in second. Certainly nothing to be ashamed about there. I've got that one in third. I see the race 1, 3, 4.
Another Wessels runner is 6, Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Stephen Moyle owns Christian Esqueda, the rider. 5 wins in 13 tries, so knows how to find the winner's circle and is 10 of 13 first, second, or third. Maybe a notch below the top 3 in here, but definitely deserves a chance in your superfecta wagers here in the 32nd running of the Terrace Hill. I've got it 1, 4, 3, 6.
1, 3, 4 for me in the opener, John.
Terrace Hill coming up.
Dan Hartzer brings them onto the track for tonight's first race, 32nd running of the Terrace Hill Stakes. This race, quarter horses, 400 yards, no program changes. First race offers win, place, show, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta wagering, as well as double, pick 3, and pick 4. The track is fast. Here's the field for the Terrace Hill. 1 AB Boogie is owned by Boogie's Legacy Racing Stables and trained by Manuel Mojica Campos with Alfredo Triana Jr. 2 Lil Quick as a Wing, owned and trained by Manuel Mojica Campos with Ramiro Garcia. 3 Call a Runaway is owned by Justin Jackson, trained by Dave McShane with Armando Alvidrez. 4 Officer Smith is owned by BB Wessels Limited, trained by Alex Wessels with Miguel Ramirez. 5 Flying Finn is owned by Christine Hovey and trained by Edward Ross Hardy with Angel Ramirez. And 6 Cowboy 123 is owned by Stephen Moyle, trained by Alex Wessels with Christian Escada. 6 minutes to post. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the first, 32nd running of the Terrace Hill. A.B. Boogie goes in. Here's Lil Quick as a Wink with Call a Runaway. Officer Smith. Flying Finn. Waiting for Cowboy 1, 2, 3. They're all in line. Flying Finn is a little restless in gate 5. Settles down. And they're off. And a good start for A.B. Boogie from the inside stall. He outfits the field right away and takes the lead. Cowboy 1, 2, 3 is now closing in from the outside. These two have it. A.B. Boogie's way out in front, though, from Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Late for Officer Smith. It is A.B. Boogie in the Terrace Hill. He beat Officer Smith and Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Results unofficial. The winner 1, A.B. Boogie. Second 4, Officer Smith. Third 6, Cowboy 1, 2, 3. Fourth 3, Call a Runaway. Results are official. Exacta $11, Quinella $8.40, Trifecta $8, the Dime Super $3.06. Returning toward the winner's circle, 1, A.B. Boogie. 4-year-old bay gelding by Apolitical Blood out of Boogie Wagon. He's owned by Boogie's Legacy Racing Stables. The winning trainer, Manuel Mojica Campos. Winning rider, Alfredo Triana Jr. A.B. Boogie was bred in Iowa by Ruben Mojica. Running time, 19.813 seconds. Up next, today's second race, 34th running of the Polk County Derby. Ricky Ramirez rides 3 PYC Force. 21 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Terrace Hill, being made by Prairie Meadows Quarter Horse Racing Secretary Chad Keller. Congratulations to owner Boogie's Legacy Racing Stable, trainer Manuel Mojica Campos, jockey Alfredo Triana Jr., connections of number 1 A.B. Boogie, winner of the 2025 Terrace Hill Stakes.
Trainer Manny Campos in the winner's circle with me. A.B. Boogie, his horse wins the Terrace Hill. First of all, congratulations. What were you thinking coming into this one?
Well, I was just trying to think that if we can have them where we had them last year, we had a fair shot to winning it. And thanks to the team, we made it happen.
So it's been a bit of a tough year for you. I know you'll be the first to admit that, and sometimes the game can be very humbling, but this has to be a real feather in your cap here for the end of this 2025 season.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to win with them today.
All right, Manny Campos, trainer of A.B. Boogie, winner of the Terrace Hill. John Hernandez and Ken Miller back at the paddock as we get ready for race number 2 on this 14-race card. It'll be the 2025 Polk County Derby. But back to race number 1, AB Bogey, an easy winner out of the 1 hole under Alfredo Triana Jr. for trainer Manny Campos.
No, it looked like an easiest kind of winner, John. You love to have a bet on one of those types, and if you did, you had no sweat whatsoever during that race.
So it's been a bit of a struggle for Manny this year. Finally hit
Good
10
to see.
wins,
Yep.
got a nice stakes win here tonight. His career as a trainer started with a phone call to the racing office that I took one day many years
Come
ago.
on.
And he said, I'm working on Mr. Shekels Ranch, but I really want to become a trainer and get my license and have horses at the track. And you know, with a couple of points in the right directions and a couple of pats on the shoulder,
awesome.
we got him licensed as a Gallop boy,
Yeah.
and then an assistant trainer. He got his trainer's license, and here he is.
Love to hear
training
those
horses for a
kind
living.
I love to hear those kind of stories. Well done. Good for you.
Okay, Polk County Derby is our second at 400 yards, and a field of 10 will go to the post here in less than 15 minutes. I think you and I settled on the exact same top 3, so start us off.
Well, it's the 6 horses, my top choice. Yours as well, going for 5 straight, which, as you said early in the pre-race show, this would be the winningest quarter horse of the 2025 Prairie Meadows meet. So obviously some work to do yet. But I was just so impressed with the trial race. Just drew clear late. I reeled them in and was really, even though it was less than a length, kind of at no point in the race did you feel like, well, I'm not sure he's going to get there. He did. I expect him to get there again today.
Yeah, numbers-wise, I think he definitely has an edge on his competitors in this race. If you have to look elsewhere, I start with the 2, Jesse's Girl. John Steinbaugh sends this one out. Alfredo Triana Jr. looking for a second consecutive quarter horse stakes win.
Yeah, and this was the horse that AJ reeled in back on the trial day on Monday, September the 8th. Did have the lead, got caught yet. Nothing to certainly to knock the filly. She ran a good race. She was just beaten by, at least that day, a better horse, but we'll see. Maybe she can turn the tables here today.
And speaking of another in that trial, CR Freight Train, the 10 horse, Tobin and Tobinone. Jason Olmstead, leading trainer, sends out this one under Ramiro Garcia. 4 wins in 9 tries lifetime, 3 for 6 at Prairie Meadows, but only 1 start in 2025. It was in that trial on the 8th of September. Ended up 6 beaten 3. That was the one that AJ's favorite won over Jesse's Girl, and talk about me later. So will need some improvement, but definitely has the potential, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Well, what caught my eye, this horse had trouble at the start, was well backed at the windows. This, I believe this horse went off as the second favorite in that trial. Really lost all chance early. A cleaner trip here today. Certainly, I didn't think you'd get anywhere close to 20-1, which I don't think is going to be the case. But yeah, I'm 6-2-10, just like you, John.
Yeah, right now we're sitting at 3-1.
Yeah, that's right, a little more like it.
CR Freight Train, and I think that's a more realistic line. The 9 is Kiss Me, I Am Famous. Valente Vorath riding for the 3rd consecutive time, has 1 win in 2025. That was way back earlier this season, 18th of July, in an allowance level, non-winners of 2. So this is definitely a step up, but did qualify off that 4th place finish behind AJ's favorite, Jesse's Girl, and talk about me later. That's the 9, Kiss Me, I Am Famous, right now on the board as a long shot at 23-1. So, Ken, my top 4 here is 6-2-10-9.
I'm going to follow you most of the way. 6-2-10 for me, John Hernandez. Race 2 is coming up. Good luck in the second race.
Ladies and gentlemen, number 7, Talk About Me Later, is getting a shoe repair in the paddock. There will be a slight delay before the post parade. Horses are coming onto the track for today's second race, 34th running of the Polk County Derby. Quarter horses, 400 yards. Ricky Ramirez rides 3, PYC Force. Here's the field for the Polk County Derby. One Happy Hour Somewhere, owned by Jose Enrico Aguado Vega and trained by Uriel Cervantes, the rider Aram Martinez. 2 Jesse's Girl is owned by RDS Legacy Racing and trained by John Steinbaugh with Alfredo Triana Jr. 3 PYC Force, owned by Paul Tonderam and trained by Alex Wessels with Ricky Ramirez. 4 He's a Wild Dream is owned and trained by Hector Sanchez with Francisco Ramirez Jr. 5 Divas Low Wagon is owned by Brenda Onstott and trained by Tony Dean Jones with Angel Ramirez. 6 AJ's Favorite is owned by Stephen Moyle, trained by Alex Wessels with Christian Escada. 7 Talk About Me Later is owned by Paul Tonderam and trained by Alex Wessels with Miguel Ramirez. 8 Summerhill Fly Girl is owned by Robert and Sandra Brown, trained by Tony Dean Jones with Armando Alvidrez. 9 Kiss Me I Am Famous is owned by Tony Dean Jones and Rick Neff. Tony Dean Jones trains, Valente Vorath rides. And 10 CR Freight Train, owned by Kurt Tobin and Dick Tobin, trained by Jason Olmsted with Ramiro Garcia. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Polk County Derby, Happy Hour Somewhere, AJ's favorite, the first two at the gate. Here's Talk About Me Later with Jesse's Girl. PYC Force. Summerhill Fly Girl. He's a Wild Dream. Kiss Me, I Am Famous. Diva's Low Wagon. Waiting on CR Freight Train. They're all in line. And they're off. And a very even start. Diva's Lil Wagon mid-pack is out for the early lead. AJ's favorite just outside of that one, now moving up. And here comes PYC Force down along the inside. But it's AJ's favorite who's surging clear from the field. AJ's favorite dominating the Polk County Derby. Won by over 3 lengths. Tight photo for the Miners between PYC Force, Kiss Me, I Am Famous, and CR Freight Train. Results unofficial. The winner 6, AJ's favorite. Second 3, PYC Force. Third 9, Kiss Me, I Am Famous. Fourth 10, CR Freight Train. Results are official. Exacta $53.60, Quinella $67. The trifecta $128.50, double $7.40. The dime super $116.42. Returning to the winner's circle, 6, AJ's favorite. 3-year-old Sorrel gelding by Favorite Cartel out of DFAJ Greenleaves. He's owned by Stephen Moyle. Winning trainer is Alex Wessels. Winning rider Christian Escada. AJ's favorite was bred in Iowa by Darling Farms. Running time 19.725 seconds. Up next, today's third race, 23rd running of the Future of Iowa. Francisco Ramirez Jr. rides 11, RM Fly Easy Cash. 20 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Polk County Derby, once again being made by Chad Keller. Congratulations to owner Stephen Moyle, trainer Alex Wessels, jockey Christian Escada, connections of number 6, AJ's Favorite, winner of the 2025 Polk County Derby.
Kirk Wessels and owner Stephen Moyle join me. AJ's Favorite is the winner of the 2025 Polk County Derby. You said you had one thing to say, Kirk.
Well, I got two things to say. My wife is standing right there. She does, hey, you do a lot of the work at home. I'm going to retire, and I don't know if I can do what she does at home, so I don't know if I'm going to retire. And another thing, you see my Uncle Larry walking around with that walker, you tell him thank you, because he's the reason we're here. Him and Larry Bolton started this whole deal and made it happen.
All right, thank you, Kirk. All right, how are you going to follow that up?
I can't match up to that, man.
Okay, your thoughts about the season that AJ's Favorite has had?
Oh, just a wonderful season with him. Thanks to my wife for saying yes to purchase the first off, but he's been a really good horse. We're just so impressed, and I can't remember a better horse other than back in 1978. We had a real good one that really compares to him.
Well, AJ's Favorite is the first five-time winner among the quarter horse ranks in 2025, and also the first five-time winner, period, here for the season.
Wow. That's amazing. Yep. Hopefully he'll never be forgotten.
All right, Stephen Moyle, owner of AJ's Favorite. John Hernandez, Ken Miller back at the paddock as we get ready for the Future of Iowa 23rd running here, fillies and mares. And a full field of 11 set to go in the 2025 Future of Iowa. They've been pretty formful so far.
Yeah, so far 2 favorites. Boy, an impressive winner last time out. 5 wins now for the winner on the 2025 season. So quite a feat, and another really never in doubt.
No, never in doubt for AJ's favorite, winner of the Polk County Derby. Let's talk about this Future of Iowa. We both settled on number 10, Foxy Cowgirl, as our top horse.
Yeah, going for 3 straight wins. So this Foxy Cowgirl obviously in good form. Ed Hardy trains Foxy Cowgirl, so we'll see if she's up to it. Trying for 3 wins in a row. I like the 10 in this one, John.
Okay, so right now sitting on the board at odds of 5-2. That was off a 3-1 morning line. So just about the morning line for number 10, Foxy Cowgirl. Angel Ramirez, leading rider, on his way to winning the quarter horse leading rider title, has the call for trainer Ed Hardy on the 10, Foxy Cowgirl. My next pick in the race would be number 5, Trapper Girl. Had some trouble last out, and it was an eventful trip, to say the least, for Armando Alvidrez. Did not finish the race, had to pull up Trapper Girl early in the race, but had a couple of back-to-back wins.
Yeah, certainly had an excuse in that race, so if she can have a better trip today, I think Trapper Girl's got a big shot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, how about the 2, Cool Little Wink, another Manny Campos runner?
Well, another one that's going for 3 straight wins certainly wouldn't be a surprise. The horse is in good form right now, and that's what you want to see heading up to a big event here on closing night.
Tony Jones will send out the 4, I'm a Southern Belle. Ramiro Garcia takes over for Angel Ramirez on number 4, I'm a Southern Belle, a winner of 4 races in 7 lifetime starts. Pretty solid record there. And 1 for 3 in 2025.
Yeah, ran a big race last time. Did not disappoint as the 1-2 favorite. 1 for 3 this year, 4 for 7 lifetimes. So certainly this filly knows her way to the winner's circle.
And a horse that we didn't mention, but might be worth mentioning, was last year's Jim Bader Futurity winner, Prize Flighter, the number 3 horse, who is 0 for 2 in 2025, but it just would not surprise me if this one sneaks in here tonight under Christian Esqueda.
Well, and certainly had an excuse last time, broke in, really lost all start at the start was 6-5 in that race. Prize Fighter is certainly a horse with a big shot today.
All right, I've got it 10-2-4-5, 10-2-4-5.
10-5-4, but the more I look at this 3, the more I wish I wouldn't have left her out.
Good luck.
Horses for the 3rd race, 23rd running of the Future of Iowa, coming onto the track. This race, quarter horses, 350 yards. Francisco Ramirez Jr. rides 11 RM Fly Easy Cash. Here's the field for the Future of Iowa. 1D Explorer is owned by Tony Dean Jones, Mark Allen Sorensen, and Jose Antonio Villegas, trained by Tony Dean Jones with Valente Vorath. 2 Cool Lil Wink is owned and trained by Manuel Mojica Campos with Alfredo Triana Jr. 3 Prize Flighter, owned by LXXI Racing Stables and trained by Alex Wessels with Christian Esqueda. 4 I'm a Southern Belle is owned by Tony Dean Jones and Rick Neff, trained by Tony Dean Jones with Ramiro Garcia. 5 Trapper Girl is owned by Richard Tobin, trained by Tony Dean Jones, the rider Armando Alvidrez. 6 TS Fast is my GTO, owned by Thomas Shekel, trained by William Harris with Fernando Fonseca Soto. 7 Perry Special K is owned by State Jacket Enterprises, trained by Alex Wessels with Miguel Ramirez. 8 Summerhill Express is owned by Chris Borglum and Denise Borglum, trained by Tony Dean Jones with Jaciel Soto. 9 TH Alada Rip, owned by David Moorhead, trained by Manuel Mojica Campos with Aram Martinez. 10 Foxy Cowgirl, owned by CLC Partners, trained by Edward Ross Hardy with Angel Ramirez. And 11 RM Fly Easy Cash is owned by Marilyn Maupin and Roy Maupin, trained by Jim Maupin with Francisco Ramirez Jr. 4 minutes to post.
The equine facility at the College of Veterinary Medicine at Iowa State is among the nation's premier facilities, offering 24/7 ICU and emergency care, isolation wards, general care, and a climate-controlled performance arena. Our hospital is staffed by leading experts in equine medicine, including a full-time farrier. We're excited to announce a significant 21,000 square foot expansion to further elevate our services and support for Iowans and their horses. Learn more by scanning the QR code in your program.
Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Future of Iowa. The Explorer goes in. TS Fast as My GTO. Cool Lil Wink. Prize Flighter. Perry's Special K. Summerhill Express. I'm a Southern Belle. TH A Lot of Rip. Trapper Girl. Foxy Cowgirl. Waiting on RM Fly Easy Cash. They're all in line. And they're off. And it was a clean start for Foxy Cowgirl toward the outside. Perry's Special K broke alertly. So did TS Fast as My GTO. Cool Lil Wink down along the inside. Trapper Girl in with a shot. And I'm a Southern Belle coming through between runners wide open. Here comes Foxy Cowgirl outside. Tight. Three-way photo finish between I'm a Southern Belle, Trapper Girl, and Foxy Cowgirl in the Future of Iowa. Photo finish. Photo shows the winner 5, Trapper Girl. Second 4, I'm a Southern Belle. Third 10, Foxy Cowgirl. Fourth 2, Cool Lil Wink. Returning toward the winner's circle, 5, Trapper Girl, 3-year-old brown filly by Apolitical Blood out of Island Girl. She's owned by Richard Tobin, trained by Tony Dean Jones, ridden by Armando Alvidrez. Trapper Girl was bred in Iowa by her owner. Running time 17.719 seconds. The results are official. Dime Super $87.12. The Pick 3 $23.85. Exacta $213, Quinella $110, Trifecta $142.20, the Double $36.20.
Final 16th, Raffle Toast is holding on to the lead, and she will do it.
Up next, today's fourth race, race 4, 29th running of the Jim Bader Futurity. Scratch 7, Apolitical Rush, 20 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the Winner's Circle Trophy presentation for the Future of Iowa, being made once again by Chad Keller. Congratulations to owner Richard Tobin, trainer Tony Dean Jones, jockey Armando Alvidrez, connections of number 5 Trapper Girl, winner of the 2025 Future of Iowa.
Okay, I've got owner Dick Tobin, trainer Tony Jones, Trapper Girl, winner of the Future of Iowa. Your thoughts on that race?
Well, I think she's getting better every time.
So what happened last time out?
I don't know. She just wasn't quite ready to come out. And do you know?
She wasn't standing very good. The filly's kind of hot filly, and the last race she kind of got a little anxious. By the time they kicked them, she got left in the Derby trials.
So did you do anything differently between then and now?
Yeah, we stood her several times in the gate, just kind of get her more relaxed. Trained a little bit more on her to kind of kick some energy out of her so she ain't so spunky.
Yeah.
So,
she's a little hot.
She's a little hot.
Yeah.
She's a little hot,
Yeah.
just like her owner,
Yeah.
Dick Tobin.
Oh.
You love to play. You love to play the game. What does it mean to you to win one of these stakes races?
That's right.
Big deal to you to win one of these?
Oh, yeah, it is. It is to anybody.
All right,
Don't
Dick
take it for
Tobin and
granted.
Tony Jones as their horse Trapper Girl wins the Future of Iowa.
Thank you, buddy.
You betcha.
Okay, good job. John Hernandez, Ken Miller by the paddock again as we get ready for race number 4. It's the Jim Bader Futurity, 29th running at 350 yards. Final quarter horse race of 2025.
Yeah, the curtain's coming down on the quarter horse season. What a way to do it. The purse just under $200,000 in this race, 29th running of the Bader Futurity. And we have another standout on paper, John. It's been very formful, at least so far.
You and I have settled on the same horse. It's number 3, Royal Candy King. Bob and Sandra Brown own. Alex Wessels is the trainer. Looks for his second stakes win today. Royal Candy King is a perfect 3 for 3.
Yeah, and it's really going to be, I think, difficult to beat. Obviously, racing luck may go against the 2-year-old, but Royal Candy King, if he gets a clean break, he's proven he can beat them in the past. We'll see if he can extend that winning streak to start a career at 4 in a row.
Yes, and retains the services of the top quarter horse rider, Angel Ramirez. That's number 3, Royal Candy King. And Royal Candy King right now sits on your tote board at 2-1, which I think is fairly generous at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you, and it's been at that price for some time now. So if it's not Royal Candy King, John, where are you going to go?
Well, I'm going to take a look at a bit of a long shot. It's the 5 TS Daddy's Girl. Tom Shekel is the owner. Bill Harris is the trainer. Been a bit of a struggle for Bill Harris so far here in 2025, but he does have 4 wins. Miguel Ramirez, brother of Angel Rides, and TS Daddy's Girl was second in a trial for this race on the 6th of September, just ahead behind Taking It to Go in lifetime start number 3. So still looking for the first win, a maiden running in this stakes race, but a very competent trainer, Bill Harris, and off that 20-1 morning line is 7-2.
Yeah, what a great place if indeed you can break the maiden in this one. I am going to take the horse you mentioned, Taking It to Go, never worse than second in 3 starts. Got the job done last time out, broke his maiden in a trial. He's going to be, I think, the horse to beat. You certainly can't leave out the 4, Taking It to Go.
Okay, and one other you might want to consider is the 2 Rebus First Kiss, another brown and brown runner, this one in the barn of Tony Jones, who was just in the winner's circle, and Armando Alvidrez already with 3 stakes wins here in the course of the last couple of days. 2 for 5 lifetime, put together back-to-back wins, and then ended up second behind Corona Streak and Jess at 13-1 in the trial here 6th of September.
Could I interest you in Corona Streak and Jess? That's the horse I've got picked for 3rd, going for 3 straight wins. Got a couple of horses working on streaks, the favorite Royal Candy King and Corona Streak and Jess. If he's successful, that would be his 3rd straight win.
Okay, 3-5-2-4 for me.
3-4-8 for me, John.
Good luck. Final quarter horse race of 2025 in less than 15.
Horses for the fourth race, 29th running of the Jim Bader Futurity coming onto the track. This race, quarter horses, 350 yards, scratch 7, Apolitical Rush. Here's the field for the Jim Bader Futurity. 1 CR Grey Goose is owned by Kurt Tobin and Dick Tobin, trained by Jason Olmsted with Ramiro Garcia. 2 Reba's First Kiss is owned by Robert Brown and Sandra Brown, trained by Tony Dean Joes with Armando Alvidrez. 3 Royal Candy King is owned by Robert and Sandra Brown, trained by Alex Wessels with Angel Ramirez. 4 Taking It to Go is owned by Lisa Gudkin and James Steger, trained by Lisa Gudkin with Martin Lizalde. 5 TS Daddy's Girl is owned by Thomas Shekel and trained by William Harris with Miguel Ramirez. 6 Painted Trace Sign is owned by Kurt Tobin and Dick Tobin, trained by Tony Dean Jones with Francisco Ramirez Jr. 8 Corona Streak and Jess is owned by RDS Legacy Racing and trained by John Steinbaugh with Alfredo Triana Jr. 9 Ivory Attack, owned by Jesus Perales and trained by Rolando Almanza with Ricky Ramirez. And 10 SFS Shooting Cowgirl, owned by Sunflower Stables, trained by Edward Ross Hardy with Fernando Fonseca Soto. 5 minutes to post. World-famous Jethro's Barbecue, located just across Adventureland Drive, serving slow-smoked baby back ribs and wings that were voted best in the city. Try Jethro's smoked 1-pound ribeye steak, a steak that tastes like it was cooked over a campfire. Come for the best happy hour in town with half-price beer and cocktails. Jethro's Barbecue, your Altoona neighborhood sports bar. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. Moving in for the Jim Bader Futurity. CR Grey Goose. TS Daddy's Girl have gone in. Reba's First Kiss. Royal Candy King. Painted Trace Sign. Taking It to Go. Corona Streakin' Jess. Ivory Attack. Waiting on SFS Shooting Cowgirl. They're all in line. And they're off. And Royal Candy King broke inward and lost about a length. Taking It to Go is out for the lead. Royal Candy King is recovered and coming through to challenge now on her inside. Royal Candy King Taking It to Go, putting on a show in the Jim Bader Futurity. Taking It to Go or Royal Candy King right together as they cross the line. Photo finish. Photo shows the winner 3, Royal Candy King. Second 4, Taking It to Go. Third 8, Corona Streakin' Jess. Fourth 9, Ivory Attack. Returning toward the winner's circle 3, Royal Candy King. 2-year-old bay gelding by Jess Good Candy out of Tell Her She's Queen. He's owned by Robert and Sandra Brown. Winning trainer Alex Wessels. Winning rider Angel Ramirez. Royal Candy King was bred in Iowa by Summerhill Farm. Running time 17. 5.695 seconds. Results are official. Exacta 1960, Quinella 960, Trifecta 1590, the double $110.80. Dime Super $16.81. The pick 3 $35.90. Pick 4 $56.30. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Jim Bader Futurity, being made once again by Prairie Meadows Quarter Horse Racing Secretary Chad Keller. Congratulations to owners Robert and Sandra Brown, trainer Alex Wessels, jockey Angel Ramirez, connections of number 3 Royal Candy King, winner of the 2025 Jim Bader Futurity. Up next, today's 5th race, start of another pick 4, no program changes in the 5th, 19 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up shortly, we will have the presentations for the leading owner, trainer, and rider for the 2025 quarter horse season here at Prairie Meadows. Leading owner, trainer, jockey presentation for the quarter horse meet coming up momentarily.
All right, big win in the Bader Futurity for Royal Candy King, a perfect 4 for 4 on the season. Let's let Kirk Wessels have the first word.
All I want to say is about this Futurity is a lot of people always say, oh, I got out running that damn Bader. Well, that damn Bader is Jim Bader. Jim Bader got us all started. He bought us all horses with everybody else, Val Ryan, that whole bunch. And that whole bunch there also knew D. Wayne Lucas. And D. Wayne Lucas, rest his soul, he taught us how to comb our hair and clean up and go to the races.
All right. So,
how do you follow
yeah, right. How do you follow
wait?
that, Bob? But listen, you've been around this game for as long as I can remember. What does it mean to you to win a race like this?
Oh, this is everything. This makes our whole season. And this horse, when we started out the first of the year, we didn't know if he'd even learn enough to get out of the starting gate. We didn't even put him in the Hawkeye Futurity because of that. And now all of a sudden he's 4-0. and he's probably the best horse we've had in a long time.
Well, congratulations to Bob and Sandra Brown. They've been at it for a long time. Royal Candy King wins the Bader Futurity.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we draw your attention to the winner's circle. That fourth race wraps up the quarter horse season here at Prairie Meadows for 2025, making the presentation to the leading owner, trainer, and rider, Prairie Meadows Quarter Horse Racing Secretary Chad Keller, as well as the Vice President of Racing, Darren Helt. Leading owner with 11 victories is Tom Maher. Tyler Stein accepting his award on Mr. Maher's behalf. Jason Olmstead, the leading quarter horse trainer with 32 wins. Chad Lynch, his assistant, accepting the award. And the top jock for the 2025 quarter horse racing season, Angel Ramirez, with 45 wins during the season. Congratulations to the leading owner, trainer, and rider for the 2025 quarter horse season here at Prairie Meadows.
And that's a wrap on quarter horse racing for 2025. We've got thoroughbred racing from here on out. This fifth is the Ralph Hayes Iowa bred, 6 furlongs, maiden level race, and 7 signed on Ken Miller for the 5th of 14.
Yeah, the new Ralph Hayes. The Ralph Hayes is now the Branstead, right?
Yes, exactly.
This is a tough race, John. I kept looking at the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, and the 6. I think it's somewhere in there. I settled on the 4. I think the blinkers really woke this horse up last time out. First time blinkers, by far and away, best start of Grease Paint Groucho's career. We'll see if that was the key. It certainly looked like it was last time, a repeat of that. And who knows, maybe we'll have his picture taken.
That's the 4, Grease Paint Groucho. Linda Juckett owns. Ed Hardy is the trainer. I settled on the 2. I Like It Black. Wellington and Rumbaugh own. Tom Wellington trains. Kevin Roman, the rider, has shown speed. Unable to win, of course, since this is a maiden race in 4 tries. The last 3 under Roman, and was the 4-5 favorite in the race. It was won by Stile High, and in which Grease Paint Groucho was finishing second.
Yeah, that's my second choice. I'm with you. I think I Like It Black obviously figures in here. Again, I could make a case for 2 through 6. So anywhere you go, I'm going to give you a nod of approval.
Yep, 5, No Free Kisses, 6 beaten, 10 last out. Running here on the 9th of August, so has had some time off. Alfredo Triana up for the 3rd consecutive time. The barn has done well. West Stables and Jason Riggs, Dave McShane, the trainer, now into the 30s on the win total, and that's a great year for him.
No, it is. I saw him early. He said he'd like to win a couple of races here today. Of course he would. This horse has a big chance. I did like the 4 furlong workout in the middle of September. Kind of indicated that he is still fit and ready to go.
I kicked in number 3, Foxton, as my 4th horse. Forsyth and McShane own. Dave McShane, the trainer, Ken Tohill, the rider. That tandem, McShane and Tohill, has been winning races all season long. I think it's a bit of a stretch here for Foxton, but got to kick him in as the 4th horse for me.
I can see that, John. 9-5 last time out. Tried a mile, cuts back in distance, so certainly wouldn't be a surprise.
I've got it 2-4-5-3. 2-4-5-3.
4-2-5 for me.
Ralph Hayes coming up.
Horsepower. It courses through Iowa, benefiting our farmers, supporting our businesses, and advancing our communities. Here, the impact of horse racing and breeding is felt far beyond the track. From fueling tourism and raising our state's national profile to creating thousands of jobs and generating millions in revenue. Year after year, Iowa Racing and Breeding delivers horsepower that keeps our economy moving forward.
Horses for the 5th race are coming onto the track. This is the Ralph Hayes Purse. This race at 6 furlongs, no program changes. Race 5 begins another pick 4. Here's the field for race 5. 1 Fallen Star, Xavier Pickner. 2 I Like It Black, Kevin Roman. 3 Foxton, Ken Tohill. 4 Grease Paint Groucho, Alberto Pusac. 5 No Free Kisses, Alfredo Triana Jr. 6 Ready Time, Elvine Gonzalez. And 7 Margarita Tuesday, Ronnie Huckabee. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the 5th. Grease Paint Groucho, the first one in. Here's Fallen Star. I Like It Black. No Free Kisses. Ready Time. Foxton. Waiting on Margarita Tuesday. They're all in line. And they're off. I Like It Black walked out of gate number 2 and spotted the field about 5 lengths. Foxton is out for the early lead. No Free Kisses from between runners. And now here comes Grease Paint Groucho now into the 2nd spot for the run up the backstretch. Margarita Tuesday is on the far outside in the 4th spot. And on the move now, the first 4 are almost right across the track. Fallen Star is 5th, and a headstrong I Like It Black is making up good ground from the back of the pack. And now only about 2.5, maybe 3 lengths off the lead, while Ready Time is in behind him. Compact 7-pack makes their way to the 3 furlong pole. It is wide open right now, and Foxton's got her nose in front. Grease Paint Groucho is right alongside right now. No Free Kisses, Margarita Tuesday. These 4 still right there, right across the track. And I Like It Black is looking for somewhere to go. He is in behind that wall of 4 as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Foxton, Grease Paint Groucho kick on. No Free Kisses. I Like It Black is trying to find a seam, and he's found one. Here comes I Like It Black with Kevin Roman, and despite the bad start, he is so much better than this field. I Like It Black. That was impressive. He beat Foxton, tighter for 3rd between Grease Paint Groucho and No Free Kisses. Results unofficial. Winner 2, I Like It Black. 2nd 3, Foxton. 3rd 4, Grease Paint Groucho. 4th 5, No Free Kisses. Returning to the winner's circle, 2, I Like It Black. 4-year-old bay gelding by Stroll out of Cream in Your Coffee. He's owned by Tom Wellington and Carol Rumbaugh. Winning trainer is Tom Wellington. Winning rider, Kevin Roman. I Like It Black was bred in Iowa by Maynard Thompson. Results are official. Exacta $40.20, Quinella $26, Trifecta $36.45, The dime super, $15.55. Ladies and gentlemen, today's fifth race, named the Ralph Hayes Purse. We welcome members of Ralph Hayes' family to Prairie Meadows. Folks, have a great night at the races. Up next, today's sixth race. No changes in the sixth. 21 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, the bell you just heard ringing means the connections of I Like It Black have donated a minimum of $50 to Hope After Racing Thoroughbreds, the organization dedicated to helping Prairie Meadows racehorses find forever homes and second careers after their racing careers are over. Thanks again to the connections of I Like It Black for donating to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle. Once again, this is closing day for the 2025 racing season here at Prairie Meadows. And now in the winner's circle will be the presentations for the leading owner and trainer for the Thoroughbred meet here at Prairie Meadows. Making the presentation, Vice President of Racing Darren Helt, along with Thoroughbred Racing Secretary Eric DeCoster. Leading owner with 32 wins, DNL Farms. Leading trainer with 54 wins, Kelly Martinez. Congratulations to DNL Farms and Kelly Martinez, leading owner and trainer respectively for the 2025 Thoroughbred season at Prairie Meadows.
All right, ready for race number 6. It is the next to last race before the start, Ken Miller, of the sequence of Iowa Classic Thoroughbred Stakes races. This race, fillies and mares, 10K claimer at 5.5 furlongs, non-winners of 2. 8 signed on. Who'd you pick as your top horse here?
Saturday Night All Right, the 7 horse for me, John, was in open company last couple of starts. Last time out, finished a nice second at 6 furlongs, went off at just under 7-1. Did have the lead at the top of the stretch before giving way, but this horse usually knocks on the door, does have a win, but is usually right there on the board. In fact, always on the board in every one of her starts as a 4-year-old. So we shall see. I think she was rightly installed as the morning line favorite. I've got Saturday Night All Right, the 7.
Yeah, Saturday Night's All Right for fighting. At least it looks like it tonight for number 7. And again, we have mentioned this a couple of times over the course of the last couple of days. Trainer Dave McShane, jockey Ken Tohill have been a potent combo here in 2025.
Yeah, they really have, and we'll see if this one gives them another win before the curtain comes down here after race 14.
Yeah, and I think the more important angle is the fact that Saturday Night All Right is back in with Iowa Breds.
Yeah.
Fared okay in open company, but definitely is a better fit here against Iowa Breds.
Yeah, very consistent start.
Yeah, 7 on top. How about the 4, Sunset for Sandra?
Yeah, I used it. In fact, I used Sunset for Sandra's second. This horse is taking a drop down in class for today. 2 outs ago was against $50,000 claimers, then did drop to the $30,000 level last time out. Still searching for that last level. This has to be it here today. 5.5 furlongs for Sunset for Sandra. Maybe this company is what she needs.
Yeah, has tested some tough horses here in 2025. There's a race there in which Sunset for Sandra was 6 beaten 24, 6th of 6, but that was the Bob Bryant that included Say You Can, Skyboom, and Canojo.
Yeah, that's pretty salty company. She'll find these a lot softer.
That's number 4, Sunset for Sandra. Tyler Bacon, leading rider, going for win number 96 here. The 1, Deep Threat, is another Dave McShane runner. Bill Hutchins owns. Alfredo Triana Jr. is the rider. Probably going to show speed from the inside post here at 5.5 furlongs, looking for win number 2, as are all the other runners here. Broke the maiden at the 20K level.
Yeah, you should get a run for your money if this one's on your ticket with the rail. You got to think that this one, assuming you get a clean break, will be going to the front.
What about the 6, Finland?
I like Finland a little bit. Finland is another one that's dropping down in class. Hit the board last time out, finishing 4th in a 6-horse field. This will be the cheapest she's ever raced for in her career. She comes down at the end of the meet, as a lot of horses do, drop for one last chance. We'll see if Finland's found the right spot.
That's number 6, Finland. I've got it 7-1-6-4.
7-4-6 for me, John.
All right, race 6 coming up. Horses for the 6th race are coming onto the track. This race at 5.5 furlongs, no program changes.
Here's the field for race 6. 1 Deep Threat, Alfredo Triana Jr. 2 Classic Cash, Xavier Pickner. 3 Olivia's Hope, Elvine Gonzalez. 4 Sunset for Sandra, Tyler Bacon. 5 RNB Baby, Walter Dela Cruz. 6 Finland, Glenn Corbett. 7 Saturday Night All Right, Ken Tohill. And 8 Blue Annie Peach, Ronnie Huckabee. 6 minutes to post. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. Set to load for race 6. Deep Threat goes in. Here's RNB Baby. Classic Cash. Finland. Olivia's Hope. Sunset for Sandra. Saturday Night All Right. And waiting for Blue Annie Peach. They're all in line. And they're off. And it was a fast start for Sunset for Sandra. Finland also showing pace. And here comes Deep Threat through from the inside to join them. Saturday Night All Right, a close-up fourth. Blue Annie Peach on the far side, fifth, joined by Classic Cash with Olivia's Hope between fillies. And a long way back to RNB Baby. She's last of the 8 and already about 11 lengths behind. Deep Threat shows the way for Alfredo Triana Jr. And she's in front 3/4 of a length as they move into the far turn. Sunset for Sandra runs second. Finland up on the outside is 3 wide around the turn and only a length off the lead. And Saturday Night All Right is 4 wide as they make their way midpoint on the turn. Olivia's Hope saves ground fifth, but she's got about 4 lengths to make up. Others have work to do, and they line up 4 across the track at the top of the stretch. And here's Saturday Night All Right. Saturday Night All Right sweeps on by to take over the lead. Finland trying to stick with her. Sunset for Sandra down on the inside, but it's Saturday Night All Right and Ken Tohill gliding down to the line. Saturday Night All Right got it done. Beat Sunset for Sandra, Finland, and Classic Cash. Unofficial winner 7, Saturday Night All Right. There is a photo for the place and show positions. Photo shows 4, Sunset for Sandra finishing second, third, 6, Finland, fourth, 2, Classic Cash. Results are official. Returning toward the winner's circle, 7, Saturday Night All Right. 4-year-old Bay filly by a Stern out of One More Saturday Night. She's owned by Michelle McShane and Josie McShane. The winning trainer is Dave McShane and the winning rider Ken Tohill. Saturday Night All Right was bred in Iowa by Clifton Farm. Running time 1:05.4. The Dime Super paid $17.11. Exacta $18.80, Quinella $13.40, Trifecta $15.95, the double $15.80. Up next, today's 7th race, 32nd running of the Donna Reed Stakes, $100,000 guaranteed. No program changes, 21 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle. Tonight's 6th race, named the Iowa Classic, presented by SIS. On hand representing SIS, Jake Nowry, Sales and Business Development Manager for SIS. SIS is the leading supplier of 24/7 betting services to retail and online operators globally. They provide betting operators with desirable and profitable content, with an end-to-end solution of live pictures, data, on-screen graphics with betting triggers, and a wide range of markets and pricing to drive betting revenues. They also provide a range of highly engaging content, including horse and greyhound racing, virtuals, esports, and live numbers draws. Their mission is to maximize value for bookmakers by creating short-form, frequent betting events. Thank you, SIS, for your sponsorship here at Prairie Meadows.
Okay, time to get serious, Ken Miller. First of 8 consecutive Iowa Classic Thoroughbred Stakes races coming up. 7th on the card is the 32nd at Donna Reed. We'll see 6th at the gate in less than 15. I think they're all pretty competitive from here on out. How'd you size this one up?
Well, I went to the outside with Miss Peach, the 6-horse. Comes off a second place finish in the Hawkeyes. Name we've said a lot today, Kanojo, that got the job done in the Hawkeyes. This one chased her. Tyler Bacon stays aboard. He's looking to win a couple of classics before his meet. They will come to a conclusion. So I'm going to take Miss Peach for Kelly Von Himmel. Kelly Von Himmel, Tyler Bacon for the Poindexter and the All Boz. We'll see if that one's ready to roll.
Miss Peach was the 2023 Donna Reed winner.
Way back.
In 2024 was 2 for 4, so lightly raced in 2024. 2025, 5 starts, no wins, but the 2 seconds and 1/3, second last out. Beaten about 5 1/4 behind Kanojo, and probably the best start so far in 2025 for Miss Peach, who was 8 to 5 on the morning line. I'm going to try number 3 LE, the 2024 Donna Reed winner. Only 2 starts in 2025, but was 2 of 6 in 2024, including the Donna Reed Stakes win. So lightly raced here in 2025, was well beaten in the Hawkeyes, really no factor there after showing speed early, and then ended up beaten 12 by Kanojo in an allowance level race at 1:70 today's distance on the 6th of September. So could sneak in number 3 LE, last year's Donna Reed winner.
Yeah, I think she could as well. I'm going to go to the 1, and the 1 really had no chance last time. Stumbled badly at the start, and by that point the race was seemingly over. It was in that same race that you were mentioning with LE. LE was beaten 12. Come On Lucky was beaten 20 lengths, but again, had 0 chance. Did come on to finish 3rd in that race. But I do like your 3 LE, but I'm going to take a look at the 4-horse. She's a Wild Storm. She's a Wild Storm, won a classic race last year. Comes off a winning effort last time out. If the form continues to hold, maybe the 4-horse is ready to rock again.
Like we say, very competitive.
Yep.
I've got this Donna Reed 3654. 3654.
614 for me, but you summed it up. Very competitive.
Donna Reed coming up.
At Latitude 41, we've always believed great service starts with great people. And now, we're proud to return to our roots with a brand new location in Ankeny, the place we've called home from the start. With this expansion, we're more equipped than ever to serve the greater Des Moines area with the same care, pride, and attention to detail that built our name. From professional lawn care and irrigation to custom design build landscaping and dependable winter prep, we're your one-stop shop all year long. Because when we say people come first, we mean it. Latitude 41, all in, all year.
Dan Hartzer brings him onto the track for tonight's 7th race, 32nd running of the Donna Reed. This race at 1 mile and 70 yards, no program changes. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the field for the Donna Reed. Number 1, Come On Lucky, is owned by Can Do Racing and trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Walter Dela Cruz. 2, Sing Lucy Sing, is owned by Josie McShane and trained by Dave McShane with Ken Tohill. 3, L.E. is owned by Linda Bush and trained by Doug Anderson with Kevin Roman. 4, She's a Wild Storm, owned by Jim Jorgensen, trained by Tristan Ashford with Ronnie Huckabee. 5, Flat Out Rose, owned by Philip Webb and trained by Dwayne Loy with Jose Barnes. And 6, Miss Peach, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Albaugh Family Stables, trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Tyler Bacon. 5 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iowa Thoroughbred Breeders and Owners Association are proud to sponsor the Best Turned Out Award. The award is given to the groom that shows off outstanding presentation, polish, and pride of their thoroughbred. Congratulations to Cheyenne Jenkinson, groom of number 1, Come On Lucky, the recipient of the Donna Reed Stakes Best Turned Out Award. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Donna Reed. Come On Lucky goes in. Here's Sing Lucy Sing. L.E. She's a Wild Storm. Flat Out Rose. Waiting for Miss Peach. They're all in line. And they're off. And a good start for Sing Lucy Sing. L.E. is now coming up to take over the lead, though. L.E. is in front as they head to the first turn, and She's a Wild Storm is going to try to keep her company from the outside. Come On Lucky just in behind them, third, then Sing Lucy Sing. Packed out widest is Miss Peach. She's in the 4 path, but on the move, only 3 lengths off the lead. And in tightly was Flat Out Rose in a tightly packed field of fillies and mares. They went the opening quarter in 23-3, and it's L.E. trying to take them all the way. Defending champ L.E. in front as they make their way onto the backstretch. The lead is just a length from both She's a Wild Storm and Miss Peach, who are together second and third. They're followed by Flat Out Rose, who's now in the clear in fourth and 3 lengths off the pace. Then Come On Lucky, and Sing Lucy Sing broke on top, but she's now the trailer as they go to the half-mile point. 47-3, the opening half-mile fraction, and the top 3 are right across the track. L.E. inside, Miss Peach joins outside, and between them is She's a Wild Storm, but it's Miss Peach who's in front with 3 furlongs to run, and she is going well. Tyler Bacon has not moved on Miss Peach, and she is gliding away from this field. 4-5 lengths in front as they come toward the top of the stretch, and the 23 champ of the Donna Reed is trying to make it 2 of the last 3 years as she opens up a 6-length cushion at the top of the lane. Flat Out Rose, maybe the only one with any sort of a chance to get her, as she is clearly second. Sing Lucy Sing has moved to third, but it's all Miss Peach inside the final 16th, and Miss Peach was on her game tonight. She wins the Donna Reed by 4.5. Flat Out Rose was second, Sing Lucy Sing third, and L.E. Results unofficial. The winner 6, Miss Peach. Second 5, Flat Out Rose. Third 2, Sing Lucy Sing. Fourth was number 3, L.E. Returning toward the winner's circle, 6 Miss Peach. 6-year-old chestnut mare by Dominus out of Carolina Peach. She's owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Albaugh Family Stables. The winning trainer is Kelly Von Hemel, winning rider Tyler Bacon. Miss Peach was bred in Iowa by Alan Poindexter. Running time 1:43 flat. Results are official. Exacta $27, Quinella $20.20, Trifecta $60.50, Double $8.40. Dime Super $58.94. The pick 3 paid $6 even. Up next, today's 8th race, 10th running of the Dan Johnson Sprint. Please note that 2 Wear a Cap wears spider plates on both fronts. 21 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Donna Reed being made by Prairie Meadows Thoroughbred Racing Secretary Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to owners Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Albaugh Family Stables. Trainer Kelly Von Hemel, jockey Tyler Bacon, connections of number 6 Miss Peach, winner of the 2025 Donna Reed Stakes. And our thanks to the connections of Miss Peach for donating to Thoroughbred Aftercare.
In the winner's circle with Alan Poindexter, co-owner of Miss Peach. What a way to go out in 2025 for Miss Peach.
Oh, yeah, we're really proud of her. That's her 4th race time winning this stakes race in a row.
Wow, she did very well. She won it in 2023, and this year was winless in 5 stars, but really got it all together here.
Yeah, it took a while to get her going this year.
Any particular reason that happened?
No, she's just getting older, lost a step.
Well, she didn't lose a step tonight. No, she did very well, winning the Donna Reed. Alan Poindexter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now draw your attention to the winning circle and the trophy presentation for the leading thoroughbred rider for the 2025 racing season here at Prairie Meadows, Tyler Bacon, with that victory in the Donna Reed. He now has 96 wins on the meet, officially making him the top rider and unable to be caught. Making the presentation, Vice President of Racing Darren Helt, Racing Secretary Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to Tyler Bacon, leading rider for the Thoroughbred season 2025 here at Prairie Meadows.
On to race number 8, runners at the gate in less than 15. 8th race is the 10th running of the Dan Johnson Sprint, named after the longtime Des Moines Register sports writer who just loved the game of horse racing.
We spent a lot of time in the press box, Dan and I. He was here opening day and right until the end. Sadly, cancer took him way too soon, but he loved the sport. A guy came over from Illinois, and he was very popular in the newsroom at the Des Moines Register. Everybody loved him there, but I'm glad that the racetrack had the wherewithal to name a race after a guy that really deserved one.
Okay, the Dan Johnson Sprint at 6 furlongs, and we'll see a field of 7 go postward here. Interesting race, and I think you start with number 4, Glengarry.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, this horse is just, I don't want to say unbeatable because they all get beat sooner rather than later, but he's been on such a terrific run as of late. Won the Iowa Sprint, won the Ed Skinner earlier, the prep race for this, or race earlier in August rather. He just dominated in that one. They're really going to have to run to beat him today. Yeah, he's going to break in front. That's his usual running style. He breaks in front and then just improves his position, which is hard to do.
Yeah, the only horse that's beat him so far in 2025 at Prairie Meadows is Wearacap, and Wearacap was a pretty solid runner last couple of years, has struggled so far this season, but I think Glengarry is definitely the one to beat. Tyler Bacon looking for double and 97 on the season. So that's number 4, Glengarry, 7-5 on the morning line. 1-9.
Yeah,
right now.
I'm not surprised. As soon as the tote opened for this race, the money came in right away, and they're on the right horse, I think. You mentioned Wearacap. I do like the workout pattern for Wearacap, trying for the comebackers. You said lightly raced this year, only a couple of starts, but last year won 4 of 6. Started the year this year with a win. Obviously, something went wrong, one would assume, in the John Wayne kept him on the shelf. But he's working well, but he's going to have to run a lot to beat Glengarry.
Yeah, owner Doug Leader said after that race on the 24th of May, the cap is back, but that didn't last too long, and we'll see what happens here in lifetime start number 10 for this now 5-year-old formidable gelding. Let's also take a look at number 7, Wild Atlantic Storm on the outside. Jim Jorgensen owns. Ray Ashford Jr. is the trainer. Elvin Gonzalez the rider. This Iowa bred is a former seasonal champion and was the John Wayne winner in 2024. In 2025, 1 win in 4 starts, and probably the good news for Wild Atlantic Storm, it was last out.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the speed backs up, this one might be doing a little bit of running late. I did use this one third. I like Palace Guard, who won this race last year. I think that one could cut in. But again, I think that we're all looking for a way to beat Glengarry, and maybe that search isn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, Palace Guard was in sharp form coming into this race last year and won it at 8-1 under Ken Tohill. Has struggled in 2025, finally got a win in an allowance level race here on the 22nd of August. Beat Dawson Storm and Vale. Dawson Storm still looking to win for the first time in 2025 in the race here, 0-7 this year. I've got it 4-7-2-3.
I think Glengarry's going to be a single on a lot of tickets. I also have 4-3-7 in race number 8.
The Dan Johnson Sprint coming up.
Horses for the 8th race, 10th running of the Dan Johnson Sprint are coming onto the track. This race at 6 furlongs, 2 Wear a Cap has spider plates on both fronts. This race starts another pick 4. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Iowa Thoroughbred Breeders and Owners Association are proud to sponsor the Best Turned Out Award. Best Turned Out for this race, number 2 Wear a Cap, groom Shelby Conger. Congratulations on Best Turned Out in the Dan Johnson Sprint. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the field for the Dan Johnson Sprint. Number 1, On a Hunch, owned by Ted Griffian and trained by Gene Jacot with Alberto Pusac. 2, Wear a Cap, is owned by Doug Leaders and trained by Tom Wellington with Kevin Roman. 3, Palace Guard, is owned by Kent Bamford and Randy Patterson, trained by Ty Gleason with Ken Tohill. 4, Glengarry, is owned by Aaron Kennedy, Toby Joseph, and Doug Anderson. Trainer is Doug Anderson, the rider Tyler Bacon. 5, Dawson Storm, owned by Gross Thoroughbreds and trained by Brandy Joe Fett with Glenn Corbett. 6, Lowell Screecher, owned by Dave McShane, Don Frazier, and Richard Forsyth, trained by Dave McShane with Alfredo Triana Jr. And 7, Wild Atlantic Storm, owned by James Jorgensen, trained by Ray Ashford Jr. with Elvine Gonzalez. 4 minutes to post. We invite you to savor the flavor of the finest Tex-Mex food in town at Casa Agave. You're sure to find plenty of favorites at the hottest new restaurant in Altoona. Casa Agave. It's in the old Claxons location on 8th Street Southwest, just around the corner from Prairie Meadows. It's Casa Agave. We'll see you there. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Dan Johnson Sprint. On a Hunch goes in. Glengarry. Wear a Cap. Dawson Storm. Little Screecher. Palace Guard. Waiting on Wild Atlantic Storm. They're all in line. And they're off. Glengarry broke right on the money and goes out for the lead. Wear a Cap is trying to come through and join him from the inside. Dawson Storm is a close-up third, then Wild Atlantic Storm. They're followed by Little Screecher just outside of Palace Guard, and On a Hunch is last of the 7 for the run up the backstretch. Glengarry just to the outside of Wear a Cap as they approach the half-mile pole, and these two are clear of the others. Wild Atlantic Storm is trying to get closer from third. He's got 2.5 lengths to make up. He just went by Dawson Storm. Little Screecher is 5th at this point, but he's got 7 lengths to gain with just 3 furlongs to go when they run into the far turn. Glengarry just the leader. Wild Atlantic Storm is now ranging up to his outside as Wear a Cap drops back. Glengarry confronted by Wild Atlantic Storm as they come toward the top of the stretch, and these two are clear of the others. Dawson Storm about to rally into third. They approach the final furlong, and Wild Atlantic Storm is on even terms with Glengarry and pokes a nose in front. Wild Atlantic Storm and Elvine Gonzalez. Glengarry inside and Tyler Bacon fighting back. Wild Atlantic Storm just in front and wins the Dan Johnson Sprint. Over Glengarry, Little Screecher was third, and Palace Guard. Results unofficial. The winner 7, Wild Atlantic Storm. Second 4, Glengarry. Third 6, Little Screecher. Fourth 3, Palace Guard. Returning toward the winner's circle, 7, Wild Atlantic Storm. 5-year-old chestnut horse by Stormy Atlantic out of I'm Sorta Special. He's owned by James Jorgensen, the winning trainer Ray Ashford Jr., winning rider Elvine Gonzalez. Wild Atlantic Storm was bred in Iowa by his owner. Results are official. Exacta $25, Quinella $5.60, Trifecta $57.50, Double $36.20, Dime Super $48.59. Pick 3 paid $18.55, and that pick 4 $55.90. Up next, today's 9th race, 9th running of the Governor Terry E. Branstad Stakes. Scratch 2, finish up. 21 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Dan Johnson Sprint being made by Prairie Meadows Thoroughbred Racing Secretary Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to owner James Jorgensen, trainer Ray Ashford Jr., jockey Elvine Gonzalez, connections of number 7 Wild Atlantic Storm, winner of the 2025 Dan Johnson Sprint. And our thanks to the connections of Wild Atlantic Storm for donating to Hope After Racing Thoroughbreds.
All right, Wild Atlantic Storm is the winner of the Dan Johnson. Ray Ashford Jr. is the trainer. Big way to end the 2025 meet for Wild Atlantic Storm.
I don't know how it would have been any better. So hopefully Tristan wins a couple. That'll be better. But right now, we're pretty excited.
What were you thinking as they approached the quarter pole and you could see that he'd ranged into contention, and what's going to make the impact on Glengarry?
You know what? I leaned over and told Jim, I don't know if we can beat him, but we're fixing to make a horse race out of it.
Well, he made a horse race and then some. Jim, congratulations on the win. We talked a little bit before you got into the winner's circle picture, and I think you're pretty happy with the way the season has progressed.
Yeah, we've done real well this year. We've won quite a few races. Like I said, we've done good.
Well, congratulations to the connections of Wild Atlantic Storm, Dan Johnson Sprint winner.
Thank you.
Well, how about that?
How about Bacon and Gonzalez bellying down the stretch? Two of the best riders here, going head and head down the lane. And what a horse race! What a finish!
You knew when the eventual winner loomed up on the outside, we had a horse race.
We really did, and the 2 horse maybe softened up Glengarry a little bit, but that's no excuse. I give full marks to the winner, the 7 horse. What a great race!
All right, let's talk about this 9th race, the 9th running of the Governor Terry E. Branstad. At 1 mile and 1/16, minus number 2 finish up. So 6 go in the 2025 Terry Branstad. Your top horse?
Well, it's Ain't Life Grand. Kelly Von Himmel looks for his 2nd Classic winner. Boy, he's got a pile of them. I wonder how many he's got over the course of Iowa Classic night. RPM Thoroughbred, Shaddix likewise. They've had a tremendous success in the Iowa bred program. But Ain't Life Grand's still looking for that first win of the year, John. We saw one earlier in the night. Ain't Life Grand, 3 starts this year, has failed to win, but certainly seems as though she's sitting on a big race. I'm going to take Ain't Life Grand in the Branstad.
Yeah, he's now 6 years old, 9 of 25 lifetime, earnings over $800,000. So solid career. Just really thinking back, hasn't quite been the same since that trip to New York for the Travers.
Yeah, good point. I mean, it was certainly well meant by not this time out of a Medaglia Doro mare, so you're not going to get any better breeding here at Prairie Meadows, one would think. But you're right, that trip to Belmont back a couple of years back now, maybe not the same horse, but it was just nice to be able to participate out in that with that type of caliber of company.
The 5 is Tee Off Time, another Kelly Von Himmel runner. Kevin Roman up, looking for another win tonight. Alba Family Stables, the owner. 5 of 11 lifetime, has a win in 2025, but in a lower level race, at least compared to this one. 4th of July, scored an allowance level win over Special Sort of Storm, also in the race here today, and Parkway. So, Tee Off Time, my 2nd horse in the race.
Yeah, this horse has won 2 classics already. Won the Cradle as a 2-year-old, then came back and won the Derby as a 3-year-old. Tee Off Time. We'll see if he can, complete that trilogy. He's the only one in here that has a chance to do that. And as you mentioned, the Alba Stable's been in the winner's circle already. 1 win in 3 starts for this lightly raced 4-year-old.
The 1 horse is Special Sort of Storm. Jim Jorgensen, who was just in the winner's circle a few minutes ago, is the owner of Special Sort of Storm. Tristan Ashford, the son of trainer Ray Ashford, will send out this horse. And Kylie Jordan, who was a leading rider here a couple of years ago, has been plagued by a shoulder injury since then. She'll get the call here in lifetime start number 20 for Special Sort of Storm.
Well, another one. This is going to give you a run for your money. I'd be surprised if this horse is not in front as they leave the clubhouse turn, make their way into the back stretch. That's his usual running style. He draws the inside. I think it's go, go, go.
And I don't know what to do with 17 black Poindexter Thoroughbreds. Kevin Eichelberry, AG Racing Stables, the owners. Eichelberry Trans, Ovine Gonzalez rides. He looks for another win. This was your only 5-time winner in 2024, but in 2025 finally broke through for the first time in lifetime start number 20 and 4th try this year. Scored a 25K claiming win, was not tagged out of that race on the 31st of August, and it was off at odds of 6-5 that day. Beat Kobe's Cause and a next out winner in succession, but I think behind the 8 ball here.
Yeah, I think so too, but a speed factor in this race. We'll see how far he can go.
All right, I've got it 4-5-1-3.
4-5-1 for me, John.
Good luck.
Equine expansion project happening at the ISU College of Veterinary Medicine. You can find the ad in your program and scan the QR code to learn more. Horses for the 9th race, 9th running of the Governor Terry E. Branstad Stakes coming onto the track. This race at 1 1/16, scratch 2, finish up. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Gabriel Ruiz, groom for number 4, Ain't Life Grand, recipient of the 9th race Best Turned Out Award. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the field for the Governor Terry E. Branstad Stakes. Number 1, Special Sort of Storm, is owned by Jim Jorgensen, trained by Tristan Ashford with Kylie Jordan. 3, 17 Black, is owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds, Kevin Eichelberry, and AG Racing Stables, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Elvine Gonzalez. 4, Ain't Life Grand, is owned by RPM Thoroughbreds and trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Tyler Bacon. 5, Tee Off Time, owned by Albaugh Family Stables and trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Kevin Roman. 6, Rockin' the Dad Bod, is owned by Nick Metzen and trained by Bonnie Berzer with Ronnie Huckabee. And 7, Iowa Club, owned by RPM Thoroughbreds and trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Alfredo Triana Jr. 5 minutes to post. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. Moving in for the Governor Terry E. Brandstad. Special Sort of Storm, 17 Black, Ain't Life Grand. Tee Off Time. Rockin' the Dad Bod is in, just waiting on Iowa Club. They're all in line. And they're off. Poor start for Tee Off Time. He threw his head as the gate opened and lost about 3 lengths. Iowa Club rocking the Dad Bod out best. 17 Black is just off the pace tonight at this point. And Special Sort of Storm moves through on the inside. Now these 4 are all across the track as they move into the turn. And it's Special Sort of Storm with Kylie Jordan who takes over the lead. Special Sort of Storm in front, and Iowa Club moves second. 17 Black will try to win it from just off the pace tonight. He's third and 2.5 lengths off the lead after an opening quarter that was 23-3. They've cleared away now from Rockin' the Dad Bod, who was up close early. He's now fourth and 7 lengths behind. Then we come to Ain't Life Grand, and after the bad start, Tee Off Time has the best view of the field for the run up the back stretch, where Special Sort of Storm has a clear lead. He's in front by about 3 lengths. Special Sort of Storm going past the opening half mile in 47-2, and the other 5 are all tracking him and getting a little closer now. Iowa Club now less than 2 lengths away. They're followed right now by basically everybody else. 17 Black, Tee Off Time, Ain't Life Grand, Rockin' the Dad Bod wide open as they chase Special Sort of Storm to the final quarter mile. Special Sort of Storm still untested on the lead. Iowa Club is closest pursuer. Tee Off Time swings into action on the outside. Ain't Life Grand has got to get going. He's fourth at this point. Whip out on Special Sort of Storm. He's trying to see it out. Tee Off Time is trying to get him from the outside. Special Sort of Storm still clear a 16th out. Tee Off Time lunging as they come down to the line, and he got up. Tee Off Time, slow start and all, wins the Brandstad. He beats Special Sort of Storm, Iowa Club, and Ain't Life Grand. Results unofficial. The winner 5, Tee Off Time. Second 1, Special Sort of Storm. Third 7, Iowa Club. Fourth 4, Ain't Life Grand. Returning to the winner's circle, 5, Tee Off Time. 4-year-old bay gelding by Not This Time out of Donnie Macho. He's owned by Albaugh Family Stables. Winning trainer Kelly Von Hiemel. Winning rider Kevin Roman. Tee Off Time was bred in Iowa by his owner. Running time 1:44.2. The results are official. Exacta 48.60, Quinella 16.20, Trifecta $67.55, Double 53.60. The Dime Super, $14.78. Pick 3, $26.90. Up next, today's 10th race. 35th running of the Iowa Breeders' Derby. No scratches or rider changes. Race 10 starts the pick 5. There's a carryover of $39,019 in the jackpot pool and a mandatory payout in the pick 5 tonight. 21 minutes to post. Draw your attention to the winner's circle. Trophy presentation for the Brandstad being made by Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to owners Alball Family Stables, trainer Kelly Von Hemel, jockey Kevin Roman. Connections of number 5 Tee Off Time, winner of the 2025 Governor Terry E. Brandstad Stakes. Our thanks to the connections of Tee Off Time for donating to Thoroughbred Aftercare.
Okay, Ken Miller, we're into the stretch now of this 2025 season at Prairie Meadows. Final pick 5 starts here in race number 10 with a carryover going into tonight of $39,017. Mandatory payout, so that $39K plus whatever's bet in all gets paid out tonight in this final pick 5 of the season.
Yeah, $40,000 in essentially free money goes into that pool tonight. And as you said, it will be won once we make race number 14 official.
Iowa Breeders' Derby is the 10th race of 14 tonight. And interesting race here. It looks like a 2-horse race to me.
Yep.
I'm looking first at 6 Amorosa.
Yeah, as am I, John, just because of the winning streak, 4 straight wins. This horse last time out just was much the best. Drew off to win by 5 lengths. At odds of 2-5 that particular day, way back on the early September, the first weekend in September. Kevin Eichelberry's done a terrific job with his horse. He's had a great meet. Gonzalez has a win here tonight. I'm on Amorosa, but you can certainly make a strong case for Jack's Time.
Yes, Amorosa looking to become the first thoroughbred 5-time winner. AJ's favorite became the first overall 5-time winner earlier in the night. Jack's Time is the 3-horse. Hall, Luch, Jason Klein, Nick Jensen owned, Kelly Von Himmel trains. And so, you know, Kelly always finds a way to win these Iowa Classic races.
He always does. Again, I'd love to know how many he's got. He added a couple more to whatever that total, that growing total is, because I'm not sure he's done yet.
Glenn Corbett riding Jack's Time in start number 8, looking for win number 5 and looking to make it 3 straight.
Yeah, this horse, I wasn't sure about the distance last time. He just went to the front and opened up and really was cruising down the stretch to win by better than 7 lengths. He was well back that day. It was about 1-9 on the tote board, and no doubt about it, winner. Amorosa and Jack's Time, as you said, on paper, kind of looks like a 2-horse affair, but we're going to run it anyways.
Outside runner is another Jim Jorgensen horse, Molut. Tristan Ashford is the trainer. Kevin Roman, the rider. A winner of 3 of the last 4 and almost a winner of 4 consecutive races. Got nailed by Can Do Andrew in a start here on the 31st of July. So looking for win number 4 of 2025.
Molut's had a terrific year. There's no question about it. That was open company last time out. Roman comes back. It is going to be a player, I think, for a minor award, but certainly wouldn't be a shock by any means. I went to the 4-horse Baxter. I took a look at Baxter in this race. I liked his last start. He was a little better than about 3-5 on the tote board. Did not disappoint in that 6-horse field. He kind of sat in the second flight and was able to improve as the race went on and ultimately won by a widening length and 3/4. I do like his running style. I think Baxter's got an outside chance in here.
Yeah, definitely a class test tonight for this Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Doug Anderson runner, but retains the services of the leading rider, Tyler Bacon, who's won almost 100 races so far this season.
Yeah, looks like he's going to come just a tad short of that magic 100 number, but regardless, he's been unbelievable.
131 is the all-time record by Ramon Vasquez, who was on a tear maybe 10 years or so ago.
Yeah, maybe.
Rode 500 winners in the space of about 4 years here. David Mello was the first to officially hit 100 wins.
Thompson didn't there.
Terry Thompson didn't quite get there, no. But Terry Thompson, of course, was a multiple leading rider here. But Ramon Vasquez had that stretch where he was basically on fire, riding all the Danny Caldwell winners, and so 131 is the mark there. I've got it 6-3-8-4.
6-3-4 for me, John.
Good luck.
Horses for the 10th race, 35th running of the Iowa Breeders' Derby are coming onto the track. This race at 1 mile and a 16th, no scratches or rider changes. This race begins the pick 5. There's a carryover of $39,019 in the jackpot pool, and the entire pool must be paid out tonight, mandatory payout in the pick 5. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to groom Gumercindo Garcia, who takes care of number 6, Amorosa, the recipient of this race Best Turned Out Award. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the field for the Iowa Breeders' Derby. Number 1, Quiet Line, is owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Alberto Pusac. 2, Don't Drink and Drive, is owned and trained by Dave McShane with Alfredo Triana Jr. 3, Jack's Time, is owned by Brian Hall, Jason Luch, Justin Luch, Jason Klein, and Nick Jensen, trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Glenn Corbett. 4, Baxter, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and trained by Doug Anderson with Tyler Bacon. 5, Red Romance, is owned by Robert Hoops and trained by Travis Murphy with Walter Dela Cruz. 6, Amorosa, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Elvine Gonzalez. 7, Anti-Meridium, is owned by Josie McShane, Justin Jackson, and Anthony Riggs, trained by Dave McShane with Ken Tohill. And 8, Mo Lute, owned by Jim Jorgensen, trained by Tristan Ashford with Kevin Roman. 5 minutes to post. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. Set to load for the Iowa Breeders' Derby. First leg of the Pick 5. Mandatory payout in the Pick 5 pool tonight. Quiet Line, Red Romance, the first two at the gate. Amorosa. Anti-Meridium. Don't Drink and Drive. Jack's Time. Baxter. Waiting on Mo Loot. Quiet Line and Amorosa a little fractious. Jack's Time moving around as well. Mo Loot goes in, just about set. And they're off. And it was a good start for Mo Loot, good start for Red Romance. Red Romance now onto the front, and Jack's Time trying to go with him. Amorosa's a close-up third. Mo Loot on the stand side. Don't Drink and Drive rides the rails in fifth as they move into the turn, and Baxter is moving outside of him. First six are very well bunched as they go through the opening furlongs. Two trailers at this point are Quiet Line and Anti-Meridium as the 8-pack goes through the opening quarter mile in a solid 23-1. Red Romance just the leader. He's got Jack's Time to his inside and Amorosa to his outside, so the two favorites are tracking the leader up the backstretch and closing ranks now. There goes Mo Loot, and Mo Loot steps on the gas. He wants to go for the lead right now, and that forces the hand of Amorosa, who goes right with him. So it's Red Romance inside, Amorosa in a tough spot between runners now, and Mo Loot on the extreme outside with Jack's Time back in fourth after an opening half mile that was 47 seconds flat. And they move for the far turn. Red Romance, Amorosa, Mo Loot, still almost nothing between these three with 3 furlongs to run. Jack's Time's going to have to win it from off the pace, and he is gaining ground just a bit now. He's only 2.5 lengths away, and he's on the move. There goes Jack's Time, and he's closing in on the leaders. Baxter in behind him. Others have a lot of work to do as Amorosa comes off the turn with the lead. He'll have to deal with Jack's Time, and Jack's Time swings up into action on the outside. Amorosa inside, Jack's Time outside, and Jack's Time has poked ahead in front, and he's doing the better. Jack's Time, Glenn Corbett in front and getting away on their way to a win in the Iowa Breeders' Derby. Amorosa was second best. Mo Loot was third, and Red Romance. Results on official: winner 3, Jack's Time. Second, 6, Amorosa. Third, 8, Mo Loot. Fourth, 5, Red Romance. Results are official. Exacta 520, Quinella 320, Trifecta 270, Double 1660. The Dime Super $2.42. Pick 3 $30.20. Returning toward the winner's circle is number 3, Jack's Time. 3-year-old bay colt by Not This Time at a Miss Brooklyn Brawler. He's owned by Brian Hall, Jason Luch, Justin Luch, Jason Klein, and Nick Jensen. Third win tonight for trainer Kelly Von Hemel, winning rider Glenn Corbett. Jack's Time, bred in Iowa by Alball Family Stables. Running time was 1:43 flat. Up next, today's 11th race, second running of the Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint. Scratch 5, Say You Can, 20 minutes to post. Race 11 starts the final pick 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Iowa Breeders' Derby, being made by both Prairie Meadows board member Deb Leach and Prairie Meadows Chief Operations Officer Julie Stewart. Congratulations to owners Brian Hall, Jason Luch, Justin Luch, Jason Klein, and Nick Jensen, trainer Kelly Von Hemel, jockey Glenn Corbett, connections of number 3, Jack's Time, winner of the 2025 Iowa Breeders' Derby. And our thanks to the connections of Jack's Time for donating to Thoroughbred Aftercare.
In the winner's circle with Prairie Meadows Hall of Famer Kelly Von Hemel, Jack's Time, winner of the Iowa Breeders' Derby. What a way to end the season for Jack's Time.
Wow, he ran just a tremendous race. A really tough competition in here, and he ran spectacular.
And what a way to end the season for you. You're not done yet, but you've got 3 wins so far tonight. Somehow, some way, when it comes to Iowa Classic Day, you find rabbits to pull out of the hat, and you've done it 3 times already tonight.
Well, we try to point for this night. It's very important to our owners and myself as far as trying to do good tonight. It's a lot of fun. So, yeah, we point for this night specifically.
All right, 3rd win today for trainer Kelly Von Hemel as Jack's Time wins the Iowa Breeders' Derby. On to race number 11, this 11th race at 6 furlongs, second running Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint. The only thing I know for sure is that Kelly Von Himmel will not get his 4th Classic win of the night in this one because he doesn't have a horse in it.
He sits the race out, but it's almost like death, taxes, and Kelly Von on Classic night.
Oh boy.
He's hot again. He's doing it again. Does every year.
Jack's time was a nice winner.
It really was. Pulled away in the lane, Glenn Corbett. You can tell watching Glenn Corbett come down the stretch that is the Hall of Famer in the saddle, and nice to see him get a win.
Okay, so 8 go here in the Classic Distaff Sprint, minus number 5, Say You Can, who I thought was a major player in the race, but we won't know because Say You Can was scratched at morning scratch time. So I know you're looking at the 6, Demi Denou.
I am, just because there's so much speed in here. I think that Demi Denou is probably going to get, I think, a perfect trip, be able to sit behind the speed, and if indeed a speed duel does materialize, as the way I see the race, I think it'd be hard for it not to set up that way. I think Demi Denou will be able to sit a perfect trip, and Dela Cruz will be able to navigate through traffic and hopefully find the wire in front of all the rest.
Second choice on the board at 5-2, 11 wins and 34 lifetime tries, and was a previous 5-time winner here several seasons ago, and was the champion in her category a few years ago when she did win 5 consecutive races. So Demi Denou looking for win number 12 here tonight. Another one to look at is number 3, One Happy Mama. Travis Murphy, Matt Trent, Poindexter Thoroughbred Zone. Travis Murphy is the trainer, and Kevin Roman is the rider. So Kevin looking for another win tonight. And One Happy Mama, making start number 15, goes for win number 6. And boy, ran lights out in the Saylorville here during Iowa Festival of Racing.
It really did. That was an unbelievable race. I remember watching it here, and just the crowd went crazy when an Iowa bred was able to get the job done. I love the fact that this horse blew out a sharp 3 furlongs and 36 and change about a week ago, exactly a week ago. So I like that for trainer Travis Murphy, that's the route that he chose. One Happy Mama's a major player tonight, John.
Right, favorite on the board right now at odds of 8-5. The 2 is Delasina, Poindexter Thoroughbreds, Lynn Kleberad owned. Lynn Kleberad is the trainer, Alfredo Triana Jr. the rider. 4 for 10 lifetime. This is definitely a class test tonight, a step up in class for Delasina, who ran against Say You Can back here on the 6th of September and finished third, beaten 6 1/4 behind Say You Can and Flat Out Rose.
Well, it's run 6 times this year. It's hit the board on every one of those 6 races, including 3 of those being wins. So it's certainly a consistent horse, but I agree with you. Competition a little bit tougher here tonight.
Okay, I'm going to throw out one more, and this is another horse really stepping up in class, but these connections have won races all season long. That's 1, Sipping Firewater. West Stables, Dave McShane owned, Dave McShane trains. Ken Tohill is the rider, last out winner. In fact, a winner of 2 out of the last 3. Definitely moving up the class ladder here, looking for win number 4 and start number 8. Long shot, 12-1 on the morning line. Right now bet down to 5-1. So I go 3-6-2-1. 3-6-2-1.
6-3-2 for me.
Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint coming up.
Horses for race 11, second running of the Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint, are coming onto the track. This race at 6 furlongs, scratch 5, Say You Can. Congratulations to Tony Orozco. He is the groom for number 8, Beautifully Troubled, recipient of the Best Turned Out Award for this race. Here's the field for the Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint. Number 1, Sipping Firewater, is owned by West Stables and Dave McShane, trained by Dave McShane, ridden by Ken Tohill. 2, Delicina, is owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Lynn Kleberad. Lynn Kleberad trains, Alfredo Triana Jr. rides. 3, One Happy Mama, owned by Travis Murphy, Matt Trent, and Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trained by Travis Murphy with Kevin Roman. 4, Sky Boom, owned by Doug Anderson, Aaron Kennedy, Toby Joseph, and Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trained by Doug Anderson with Tyler Bacon. 6, Demi Deneau, is owned by Philip Webb, trained by Dwayne Loy with Walter Dela Cruz. 7, Dreamin' on the Nile, owned by Danny Stafford, trained by Jan Arnett with Glenn Corbett. 8, Beautifully Troubled, owned by Tracy Jordan, trained by Todd Jordan, ridden by Kylie Jordan. And 9, Alexiana, owned by Brian Hall and Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Alberto Pusac. 4 minutes to post. This race starts the late pick 4. Whether you want to relax and eat your favorite comfort foods or have a few beers and watch the game, Sam's Bar and Grill is where the locals go. Voted Best Sports Bar in the Des Moines People's Choice Awards for 2023 and 2024. With a wide selection of local craft beer, 15 TVs, and free entertainment, Sam's has something for everyone. Conveniently located just around the corner at 3160 8th Street Southwest. So grab your friends and get ready, because it's always a good time at Sam's. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint. Sipping Firewater, Demi Deneau, the first two in. Delicina, Dreamin' on the Nile. One Happy Mama, Beautifully Troubled. Sky Boom, Waiting on Alexiana. They're all in line. And they're off. And Sipping Firewater blasts away from the inside gate and goes right out for the lead. Delicina, One Happy Mama right alongside her, and three of them are battling for the early lead. They're clear now of Sky Boom, who's moving inside Beautifully Troubled. They're a joint fourth for the run up the backstretch and about 4 lengths off the pace. Then Dreamin' on the Nile to the outside of Demi Deneau. The early trailer is Alexiana as the fillies and mares work for the far turn. 3 of them duking it out up front. One Happy Mama, just a narrow advantage from Sipping Firewater. Delicina's backed off a bit in third. Beautifully Troubled is getting involved. She's a closer fourth right now and on the move. Only 3 lengths away, and Demi Deneau is also getting closer. So is Dreamin' on the Nile as One Happy Mama leads them past the quarter pole. One Happy Mama, clear leader as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and she's opened it out to 2.5 lengths as Delicina's trying to close the gap. Beautifully Troubled up on the outside, then Demi Deneau, but One Happy Mama has no intention of slowing down. One Happy Mama, Kevin Roman in front and on their way to a win. They beat Demi Deneau, Beautifully Troubled, and Delicina. Results unofficial. The winner 3, One Happy Mama. Second 6, Demi Deneau. Third 8, Beautifully Troubled. Fourth 2, Delicina. Returning toward the winner's circle 3, One Happy Mama. 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Run Happy out of Vicarious One. She's owned by Travis Murphy, Matt Trent, and Poindexter Thoroughbreds. Winning trainer is Travis Murphy. Riding his third winner tonight, jockey Kevin Roman. One Happy Mama was bred in Iowa by Kenneth White. Running time 1:11.2. The results are official. Exacta $7. Quinella $3.40, trifecta $13.95, double $9, dime super $10.42, pick 3 $8.20, pick 4 $82.25. Up next, today's 12th race, 35th running of the Iowa Cradle. No scratches or rider changes. 21 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle trophy presentation for the Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint, being made by Thoroughbred Racing Secretary Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to owners Travis Murphy, Matt Trent, and Poindexter Thoroughbreds. Trainer Travis Murphy, jockey Kevin Roman, connections of number 3, One Happy Mama, winner of the 2025 Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint. And our thanks to the connections of One Happy Mama for donating to Hope After Racing Thoroughbreds.
In the winner's circle with Travis Murphy, who trains and co-owns One Happy Mama, winner of the Iowa Classic Distaff Sprint. I think that you thought One Happy Mama was set for a big one. Say you can with scratch out of this, and you took advantage of that.
That's right. Her early speed in that race and trying to hold off the closers.
So you went to Kentucky with One Happy Mama, Ellis Park, and tried a turf sprint. It didn't work out so good. Then came back here and ran and finished 4th, beaten 6th. But I think you were pretty confident you had this horse set for a classic night.
Well, we shipped to Kentucky and run on the grass, and then we ended up back at Remington in time to get back here for the prep. And the moving back and forth and all the logistics involved in that, I think she was a little flat the last race. She stayed here since the prep to the stake, and she's ready to go.
Okay, one more question for you. How is Cindy doing?
Cindy's doing good. She's recovering from a hip surgery, so she didn't get to make it tonight.
All right, well, give her my best the next time you see her. Travis Murphy, trainer and co-owner of One Happy Mama.
Thank you.
All right, on to race number 12. It's the 35th running of the Iowa Cradle, the 2-year-old season-ending championship race of 2025. 6 furlongs the distance, and a nice field of 10 set to go here in the 2025 Iowa Cradle. I think we both settled on number 7, Crux, as our top pick. Carol Rumbaugh owns, Tom Wellington trains. Kevin Roman, hot jockey tonight, looking for a 4th Iowa Classic night win.
Yeah, he's had a big night, and Crux. I was here when he broke his maiden. He didn't get a lot of play at the windows. He was double digits, 11-1. There were a couple other horses in there. Patty from Tokyo was in there. That was a horse that took a lot of play. But Crux just broke on top, dueled, put the horse he was dueling with away, and then just opened up and won comfortably by 4. Very impressive win for trainer Tom Wellington. Carol Rumbaugh, the owner, and Crux going to be very tough tonight. You will not get anywhere near 11-1 you did in the maiden win.
No, and that was way back on the 9th of August when Crux was a first-time out winner. Since then, 3 works on the tab. I think the most recent is probably the best, 15th of September, 5 in 101.07, 4th best of 10. But again, Roman, hot, looking for his 4th win tonight. Rumbaugh and Wellington also looking for a multiple win night. That's the 7 Crux, 7-2 on the morning line, and right now odds of 3-1. The 9 is Outmatch, Poindexter Thoroughbreds, AG Racing Stables, Reunion Racing Stables, and Kevin Eichelberry are the owners. And Outmatch is still looking for win number 1, but has been second in back-to-back starts.
Yeah, this horse has a big future, I think. One of the 2 maidens in this race, and I certainly like Outmatch. Outmatch ran it against Open Company last time out and tried 2 turns and certainly ran a good race. Back at 6 furlongs today, Outmatch is a player.
Yes, and was second to Crux in that common race on the 9th of August. That's number 9, Outmatch. What about the 3, Vandor, another Poindexter Thoroughbreds runner? Kevin Eichelberry, the trainer of this one as well. Alberto Pusack, the rider, replaces Kevin Roman, who's been up with this runner's 2 starts, including a maiden-breaking victory a little over a month ago.
Yeah, when Roman decided to stick with the 7, that's why I kind of cooled a little bit on Vandor. But Vandor certainly has some ability. He's off to a terrific start in his career, but I can't pick all of them.
Well, and one that you did pick is the 4, Mr. JP.
Yeah, I did use Mr. JP. Open Company last 2, tried that mile race last time out as well. I'll tell you a horse I didn't pick that I'm kind of having second thoughts on. I know you've got it way down there, I believe. Tobin Lee pulled away through the stretch and breaking his maiden, a son of Street Boss, was very impressive. But that race was a little quick back for me, but certainly was an impressive winner back on the 19th. I think you had that one picked 4th. It was a 5-horse field, but he pulled away and won impressively.
Yeah, and one of the 5 was Patio from Tokyo,
Another.
who was the second runner of the Prairie Meadows Hall of Famer, My Woman from Tokyo,
yep.
who was heavily favored in that race, and Tobin Lee ran off and hid, scored by 4 lengths at odds of 2-1. So I do make Tobin Lee an outside player in here. I've got it 7-3-9-8.
7-9-4 for me, John.
Iowa Cradle coming up.
Dan Hartzer brings him onto the track for tonight's 12th race, 35th running of the Iowa Cradle. This race at 6 furlongs, no scratches or rider changes. Congratulations to groom Emmanuel Acosta, who takes care of number 1 Golden Biz, recipient of the Best Turned Out Award in this race. Here's the field for the Iowa Cradle. Number 1, Golden Biz, is owned by Black Oak Farm and Vince Backhofer, trained by Tanner Tracy with Glenn Corbett. 2, Omero, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Alfredo Triana Jr. 3, Vandor, is owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Alberto Pusac. 4, Mr. JP, is owned by Gross Thoroughbreds and Prominence Global, trained by Brandy Joe Fett with Kylie Jordan. 5, Kearney Street, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trained by Doug Anderson with Tyler Bacon. 6, KB Street, is owned and trained by Ty Gleason with Ken Tohill. 7, Crux, owned by Carol Rumbaugh and trained by Tom Wellington with Kevin Roman. 8, Tobin Lee, is owned by Linda Bush, trained by Doug Anderson with Walter Dela Cruz. 9, Outmatch, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds, AG Racing Stables, and Reunion Racing Stables, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Elvine Gonzalez. And 10, Ambrose, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Spooky Business Stable, trained by Bonnie Berzer with Jose Barnes. 4 minutes to post. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Iowa Cradle. Golden Biz, KB Street, the first two in the gate. Omero. Rider is off Vandor behind the gate. Vandor goes in. Alberto Pusac to climb aboard inside the gate. Here's Crux, Mr. JP. Tobin Lee. Outmatch. Kearney Street. Waiting on Ambrose. Outmatches Fractious in the gate. Settles down. Ambrose coming forward. And now Kearney Street acting up. They're all in line. And they're off. And Crux came out well, so did Mr. JP. Golden Biz down along the inside. Tobin Lee is a fourth, running fourth for the run up the back stretch. They're followed by Omero. Kearney Street. Up on the extreme outside is KB Street, and they're running about 6 lengths off the pace. Then we come back to Ambrose Outmatch, and down on the fence is Vandor. They pass the half-mile pole. Good battle up front. Mr. JP outside, Golden Biz inside. Nothing between these two. Now Mr. JP takes over the lead as they move into the turn. Mr. JP just the advantage with 3 furlongs to run. Crux is coming after him now from the outside. Golden Biz is going the wrong direction at this point. Then KB Street, Omero also getting involved. It's wide open as they come to the top of the stretch. Mr. JP a narrow advantage from Crux as they make the swing in, and Omero is trying to split those two, and he found a seam. Here comes Omero to challenge for the lead. Omero, Crux now kick on. Mr. JP can't go with him. It's Crux outside, Omero inside. Omero just in front. Crux trying to come back at him. Omero, Crux down to the line. Tight, maybe Omero. Very tight there with Crux in the Iowa Cradle. Unofficial winner 2 Omero, second 7 Crux, third 4 Mr. JP, Fourth, 9, outmatch. Returning to the winner's circle, 2, Omero. 2-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Sky Mesa out of Lady Lucky. Third win on the night for owner Poindexter Thoroughbreds. Winning trainer Kevin Eichelberry. Winning rider Alfredo Triana Jr. Omero was bred in Iowa by Alan Poindexter. Running time 1:11.1. Results are official. The Dime Super paid $1,422.08. Pick 3, $52.55. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle trophy presentation for the Iowa Cradle being made by Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trainer Kevin Eichelberry, jockey Alfredo Triana Jr., connections of number 2 Omero, winner of the 2025 Iowa Cradle. The Exacta paid $565. Once again, the Exacta $565.60, Quinella $151.80, trifecta $1,063.45, the double $113.20. Up next, today's 13th race, 34th running of the Iowa Breeders' Oaks, scratch numbers 1 and 7. 20 minutes to post. Our thanks to the connections of Omero for donating to Thoroughbred Aftercare.
Trainer Kevin Eichelberry sends out Omero for Poindexter Thoroughbreds under Alfredo Triana Jr. and comes out with a win at $80 in the 2025 Iowa Cradle. What were your thoughts coming into this one with this horse?
I was very impressed with him the other day, and his first race wasn't a bad race. And I knew anybody could win this race. I thought it was that open.
Yeah, looked pretty wide open on paper going in, didn't it?
It did. It really did.
So what do you think the future might hold for this young horse now that he's won the Iowa Cradle?
I'm not real sure. He'll probably going to take a little bit of rest for a little while, and we'll see what Hot Springs look like this winter in a few different places.
All right, congratulations, Kevin Eichelberry, Poindexter Thoroughbreds, Alfredo Triana Jr., and Omero, Iowa Cradle winner. And then there were two, Ken Miller, down to the last two races of 2025 here at Prairie Meadows. This race, 34th running, Iowa Breeders' Oaks at 1 mile and 70 yards, minus the 1, No Rhyme or Reason. And number 7, Mind Your Mo, 1 and 7 are out. All roads lead through the 6, Kanojo.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. When I cracked the program for the first time, was going through it, I thought this is the most probable winner on the card itself. Kanojo, Little Bird told me that my woman from Tokyo, who is Kanojo's mom, this would be the only mother-daughter combination to win the Prairie Meadows Breeders' Oaks. So that's something to look for.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 6 for 8 lifetime, 4 for 5 in 2025. The only blemish on the record was a race back on the 30th of May, third beaten 14, at least in 2025, that is. Say You Can was the winner that day. Kanojo took an awkward step at the start and had to settle for third, but well beaten. Since then, won by 4, won by almost 2, won by over 5, and won by 12 last out in an allowance level try at 1 mile 70 yards. Beat L.E., who did not run well earlier tonight,
Nope.
and come on lucky.
No, and that was the prep race for this one. Won the Hawkeyes and wanted to find one more prep. I talked to Kevin Eichelberg in the winner's circle after the Hawkeyes. He said that's what they were going to try and do. They found one. It was only a 4-horse field, but she just crushed. I think she's much the best.
Okay, so that's Kanojo, sits on the board right now as a heavy 1-9 favorite. So that means you get prices elsewhere. 14-1 on the 10, Jackie Sparrow, RPM Thoroughbred's own, Kelly Von Himmel trains, Alvin Gonzalez, the rider. Von Himmel looking for a 4th Iowa Classic night win tonight.
Absolutely, prices all over, and one of those prices is Jackie Sparrow and Kelly Vaughn. As you said, he's having a terrific night. Might have his work cut out for him, but this horse, Jackie Sparrow's in good form right now. One last time out at 4-5. We'll see if she can, at least pose a threat in here. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The 9, Esperanza Spirit. Griffion and Kleberad own, Lynn Kleberad trains, Tyler Bacon the rider. Bacon, as we mentioned, will has already won the leading rider title, but will not quite hit 100 wins this year, but nonetheless has had a great season and has won one of his races so far this season, actually 2 this season, aboard Esperanza Spirit.
Yeah, I like this horse to factor in. I think this is a board play. Esperanza Spirit did finish second back to Kanojo in the middle of July. It takes money every time she's out. Now usually runs a competitive race.
13-1 right now. Glad Von D is the 4. Downing Thoroughbred's owns. Scott Quarterman trains. Alfredo Triana Jr. is the rider, just in the winner's circle last race. And boy, what a meet he's had. It all started when he changed agents and went to Brian Osmond.
Okay, yeah.
And so he has been riding quarter horse winners. 25, I believe, is the last count, maybe more after today. And total 72 wins overall on the meet for Alfredo Triana Jr. riding both breeds.
That's terrific. And Brian, former placing judge Brian Osmond.
Well, he is the kingmaker as far as the agents are concerned here at Prairie Meadows.
Been doing it a long time.
20, 4th beaten 20 last out under Kylie Jordan in the race won by Kanojo. But prior to that, had won a couple of races at the meet and stands 2 for 8 lifetime. Outside player in here for Downing Thoroughbreds of Matt and Cheryl Downing. They took over Downing Thoroughbreds from Don Downing.
Yep, who's in a long time.
Yeah, he was in the game for a long, long time. Okay, I've got this race 6-10-3-4.
6-10-9 for me.
Good luck.
Horses for the 13th race, 34th running of the Iowa Breeders' Oaks are coming onto the track. This race at 1 mile and 70 yards, scratch numbers 1 and 7. Our congratulations to groom Tiana Lechtenberg, who takes care of number 4, Glad Von D. She's the recipient of the Best Turned Out Award for this race. Here's the field for the Iowa Breeders' Oaks. Number 2 is Ain't No Shakin' Kid, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Lynn Kleberad, trained by Lynn Kleberad with Ronnie Huckabee. 3 Addy Up is owned by Mama's Thoroughbreds and trained by Doug Anderson with Walter De La Cruz. 4 Glad Von D, owned by Downing Thoroughbreds and trained by Scott Quarterman with Alfredo Triana Jr. 5 Dixie Surprise is owned by Otto Farms and trained by Brandy Joe Fett with Ken Tohill. 6 Canojo, owned by Reunion Racing Stables, Arapahoe Thoroughbreds, and Kevin Eichelberry, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Alberto Pusac. 8 Unspoken Truth is owned by Gross Thoroughbreds and trained by Brandy Joe Fett with Glenn Corbett. 9 Esperanza Spirit, owned by Ted Griffin and Lynn Kleberad, trained by Lynn Kleberad with Tyler Bacon. And 10 Jackie Sparrow, owned by RPM Thoroughbreds and trained by Kelly Von Hemel with Elvine Gonzalez. 3 minutes to post. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Iowa Breeders' Oaks, Ain't No Shakin' Kid goes in. Kanojo is in. Jockey Alberto Pusac climbing aboard inside the gate. Addy Up. Unspoken Truth. Glad Von D with Esperanza's Spirit. Dixie Surprise. Waiting on Jackie Sparrow. They're all in line. And they're off. Kanojo was a beat slow out of the gate. She's last. Others broke pretty evenly. Addy Up going toward the lead. Glad Von D to her outside. And Ain't No Shakin' Kid fast down along the fence. And she comes on through to take over for the run into the turn. Jackie Sparrow's caught about 4 wide, while Unspoken Truth gets over to the fence to save ground, 3.5 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Esperanza's Spirit near the back of the pack with Dixie Surprise. And Kanojo, no choice but to go to the outside, and she is gaining ground quickly. Tight pack makes their way around the first turn, and the opening quarter was slow. 24-3, and it's Glad Von D a tenuous lead. Jackie Sparrow there, Addy Up, and Kanojo, who was slow out of the gate, has somehow gone all the way up to challenge for the lead up the backstretch run. So Jackie Sparrow now emerges with a narrow advantage, and she's got the big favorite Kanojo just to her outside. And they picked it up to a 47.5 mile for the opening as they move for the far turn. Jackie Sparrow, Kanojo right together as they move into the far turn. Addy Up is now 2.5, now 3 lengths behind in third. From the back of the pack, Esperanza's Spirit is getting involved. She's moved into the 4th spot and about 5 lengths behind the leaders, midpoint on the turn. Kanojo, Jackie Sparrow right together. Addy Up's going to try him once again, swing into the extreme outside as they arrive at the top of the stretch where Kanojo has emerged with a clear lead. Kanojo steps on the gas, and she is stepping well clear of this field. Slow start didn't matter. Kanojo is way too good. 1-9, and she looks every bit the part. Kanojo strolling away in the Iowa Breeders' Oaks. She won by 6. Jackie Sparrow held the place from Esperanza's Spirit and Addy Up. Results unofficial. The winner 6, Kanojo. Second 10, Jackie Sparrow. Third 9, Esperanza's Spirit. Fourth 3, Addy Up. Returning toward the winner's circle is number 6, Kanojo. 3-year-old chestnut filly by Dialed In out of My Woman from Tokyo. She's owned by Reunion Racing Stables, Arapahoe Thoroughbreds, and Kevin Eichelberry. Winning trainer is Kevin Eichelberry. The winning rider, Alberto Pusac. Kanojo, bred in Iowa by Crimson King Farm. Running time 1:42 and 3. Results are official. The exacta paid $820, Quinella $780, trifecta $390, double $112.20. The dime super $4.38, pick 3 $38.75. Up next, 14th and final race of the meet. Race 14, 35th running of the Iowa Sorority. Scratch 6, Lady Husker. Race 14 offers super high five wagering. There's a carryover of $5,457 in the jackpot pool. And there is a must payout, a mandatory payout in the super high five tonight. 20 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle and the trophy presentation for the Iowa Breeders' Oaks, being made by Thoroughbred Racing Secretary Eric DeCoster. Congratulations to owners Reunion Racing Stables, Arapahoe Thoroughbreds, and Kevin Eichelberry. Trainer Kevin Eichelberry, jockey Alberto Pusac, connections of number 6, Kanojo, winner of the 2025 Iowa Breeders' Oaks. And our thanks to the connections of Kanojo for donating to Thoroughbred Aftercare.
Kanojo wins the Iowa Breeders' Oaks, and Kevin Eichelberry trains and co-owns Kanojo. What were you thinking as they went around the clubhouse turn there?
Well, when we first broke, I was a little scared, to be very honest with you. But I know she got a lot of talent, and when she applies herself, she can run a lot.
So she tends to be a handful, doesn't she?
She tests you at all times.
Well, and so you got to be proud of the way the season ended. She becomes the first 5-time winner in the thoroughbred ranks. We had a 5-time winner in the quarter horse ranks earlier today, but 17 black was last year. This year's Kanojo.
It was. Very proud of her. Very proud of the way she's become, and she would just settle a little bit. It would really help.
All right, Kanojo wins the Iowa Breeders' Oaks on Iowa Classic Day.
Thank you.
All right, less than 15 minutes until the race I've been waiting all season long for. It's the 14th and final of the 2025 season here at Prairie Meadows. 35th running of the Iowa Sorority with a high five jackpot of $5,457, mandatory payout there. And of course, we'll get a pick five payout as well. No possibilities of a single ticket winner tonight, but that figures because a lot of people playing into it today, yes.
Yep.
Okay, so this 14th race, Iowa Sorority. Nice field minus number 6, Lady Husker. 10 at the gate in less than 15. Size it up for me. Your top horse.
Well, I wish I had more guts because I really like this 11, Anchored in Love. And I'm going to use Anchored in Love, but I can't get past Glen Gloria. Glen Gloria looks like she's got a really nice future. That race on the 15th of August, the Debutante Open Company, such a tough field. And she ran her you-know-what off in that race. It was a horse that came in, I believe, from Lone Star that was able to just nail her in the last 16th of a mile. But I'm going to take Glen Gloria on top, but Anchored in Love, I think, is going to be a big factor in here, and was 12-1 in the morning line. I'll see what she goes off at.
Well, you're not going to get 12-1, at least not if they go to the post right now. 9-5 on Glen Gloria and 5-1 on the 11, Anchored in Love. Glenn Corbett replaces Elvine Gonzalez, who rode Anchored in Love to a first-out victory for John Lawless, who used to be a quarter horse owner and now has exclusively thoroughbreds. This one with Tom Wellington, already a winner tonight. And so Anchored in Love was a first-out winner on the 8th of August. Beat Let's Shake It Sugar, also in the race here today, and Olympic Flame. So 12-1 on the line. That was probably too high. 5-1 right now on Anchored in Love. Who else do you use?
I went to the horse on the inside. The horse Gonzalez chose to ride. Coming out of that same race, the Debutante, 30-1, a fast closing second in that one. This one's sitting on a win, back with Iowa Bred Company, but certainly going to be a player in here, one would assume. I kind of like the 7-11-1, John.
Okay, Poindexter Thoroughbreds owns Lady Captain. Elvine Gonzalez riding. I know that Alan was disappointed in the way Amorosa ended up finishing today, but nonetheless, he's had a good night and a good season.
No, he really has. Good to see, and he certainly supports everything that goes on here at Prairie Meadows.
All right, I've got this Iowa Sorority as 11-7-1-10.
7-11-1 as the curtain comes down.
Final race of 2025 in less than 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a delay before the running of the 14th race. There will be a delay before the horses come out for race 14. Ladies and gentlemen, number 9, Sammy the Shark, is a late scratch from this race by order of the stewards. Scratch 9, Sammy the Shark. There will be a consolation double, races 13 and 14, numbers 6 and 9. If you have number 9, Sammy the Shark, in a pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wager, you will receive the off-time favorite in her place. All other wagers concerning number 9 are subject to refund. Late scratch here, scratch 9, Sammy the Shark. Dan Hartzer brings him onto the track for race 14, 35th running of the Iowa Sorority. This race at 6 furlongs, scratch numbers 6 and 9. This race offers super high five wagering, carryover of $5,457 in the jackpot pool, and a mandatory payout in the super high five tonight. Congratulations to Amado Gutierrez, groom of number 5, Let's Shake It Sugar, winner of the Best Turned Out Award for this race. Here's the field for the Iowa Sorority. One Lady Captain is owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds, trained by Doug Anderson with Elvine Gonzalez. 2 ISO Lucky is owned by Ted Griffin and Lynn Kleberad, trained by Lynn Kleberad with Ronnie Huckabee. 3 Strollin' Wild, owned by Carmen McShane, Josie McShane, and Michelle McShane, trained by Dave McShane with Xavier Pickner. 4 Allen's Agenda, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds and Tom Allen, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Alberto Pusac. 5 Let's Shake It Sugar is owned by Ted Griffin and Lynn Kleberad, trained by Lynn Kleberad with Walter Dela Cruz. 7 Glen Gloria, owned by Aaron Kennedy, trained by Doug Anderson with Tyler Bacon. 8 Somavia is owned by Ron Stolich, trained by Tristan Ashford with Alfredo Triana Jr. 10 Sikkim Sis is owned by Kevin Eichelberry, Arapahoe Thoroughbreds, and AG Racing Stable and others, trained by Kevin Eichelberry with Kevin Roman. And 11 Anchored in Love, owned by John Lawless, trained by Tom Wellington with Glenn Corbett. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. At the gate for the Iowa Sorority. Lady Captain, I So Lucky go in. Let's Shake It Sugar, Glen Gloria. Strollin' Wild, Somavia. Allen's Agenda. Sick'em Sis. Waiting for Anchored in Love. They're all in line. And they're off. Somavia broke beautifully, so did Allen's Agenda, and between them, Let's Shake It Sugar now comes on through, three of them battling across the track early on. Strollin' Wild moves fourth outside I So Lucky, then Glen Gloria, who's 6 lengths off the lead. The gray filly Anchored in Love has 9 lengths to make up right now. She's in front of Lady Captain, who's got a lot of work to do, and Sick'em Sis can see them all with a half mile to run. Allen's Agenda just to the inside of Let's Shake It Sugar as they head for the far turn. Somavia's backed off a little in third. She's 2 lengths off the lead and trying once again, now getting closer once again as she moves 3 wide into the far turn. They're followed right now by I So Lucky. Glen Gloria is trying to get involved. So is Strollin' Wild. So is Anchored in Love as they come to the top of the stretch where Let's Shake It Sugar has a narrow advantage between fillies. Let's Shake It Sugar. Somavia going right with her on the outside. Somavia now pokes ahead in front as they pass the 8th pole. Let's Shake It Sugar trying to hang tough down on the fence. These two well clear in the Sorority. And it's Somavia and Alfredo Triana Jr. now drawing away. Somavia going to get the job done in the Sorority. She beat Let's Shake It Sugar. Lady Captain third. Looked like Glen Gloria fourth inside Anchored in Love. Returning toward the winner's circle is number 8, Somavia. 2-year-old chestnut filly by Basin out of Butterfly Princess. She's owned by Ron Stolich. Winning trainer is Tristan Ashford. The winning rider, Alfredo Triana Jr. Somavia was bred in Iowa by Alan Poindexter. Running time 1:12 flat. Results posted unofficial. Winner 8, Somavia. Second 5, Let's Shake It Sugar. Third 1, Lady Captain. Fourth 7, Glen Gloria. Fifth was number 11, Anchored in Love. We draw your attention to the winner's circle trophy presentation for the sorority being made by Eric DeCoster. Congratulations, owner Ron Stolich, trainer Tristan Ashford, jockey Alfredo Triana Jr., connections of number 8, Somavia, winner of the 2025 Iowa Sorority. Results are now official. Our thanks to the connections of Somavia for donating to Hope After Racing Thoroughbreds. Prices coming up for race 14. Super High 5 paid $466.64. Tonight's pick 5, $688.35. Pick 4, $234.80. The dime super, $35.35. The exacta, $53. Quinella, $30. Trifecta, $44.35. The double 6 and 8 paid $20.40. Consolation double 6 and 9, $2.10. We now send it down to the winner's circle and John Hernandez.
All right, Somavia wins the final race of 2025 Iowa Sorority. Your thoughts as this one unfolded?
She broke pretty sharp and was out in front there, leaving the gap, and sat right off the speed, and I was liking it the whole way.
Looked like a pretty competitive race on paper. What did you tell Alfredo going in?
I said I love the draw the other day. I thought she ran a winning race and just down on the inside the whole way and got nailed late. And I said, you're in a good spot. Just sit out there and see what happens.
Give me your thoughts from the horseman's perspective on Alfredo Triana Jr. I mean, this kid had a fantastic season. Total wins over 70 if you count quarter horse races and thoroughbred races. I think he's really matured this year.
Yeah, he's done well for us too, and we've rode him in Oklahoma and here, and he's coming around a lot as a jock.
All right, thank you. Connections of Iowa Sorority winner Somavia, final race of 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the 2025 racing season here at Prairie Meadows. On behalf of the staff and management here at Prairie Meadows, we thank you for joining us all season long, and a reminder that Prairie Meadows is open year-round for full card simulcasting, sports betting, and casino action. Live racing resumes in 2026